Let's see. Yeah, right there. That's better. No, it's Let's see. Do-do-do-do. Let's see who will come in. Let's see who's coming in. Anybody else? Let's see who will come up. Let's see. How's everybody going? Let's see who. Hey, everybody, don't forget to visit James Gype if you want to increase your channel. He helps a lot of people. So go check out James Gype. It's in the chat there, the link. How's everybody doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. How's it going? We'll see who's going to come in here, if anybody. So it's 7:43, I think. For 7:48. 7:48 on Wednesday here in California. How's everybody doing? We'll see who comes in here, if anybody. Maybe people are busy today. We'll see. Let's see, we got somebody in here. How's it going, Lurch Boy? What's up? Welcome to my channel, man. Hit the like button. You got 271, and I'm subscribed to you already. How you doing today? Just decided to have a couple hours to kill on StreamYard before the end of the month, so might as well do it. So how you doing today? Anything exciting? Doing good. That's good, man. Got some good news from my AC guy. He finally found an AC for me. I was thinking it was going to be hard. He couldn't find one. With everything's going on, parts and like air conditioning stuff is hard to find. So yeah, it's getting hard to find stuff. All the prices of everything's up too. Let's see who else is sitting here. Hey, Bud, how's it going? Bud Files, what's up? Figured day off, nothing to do, go do it live. How's everybody doing? Small Town Outdoors. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the live. Here's Small Towns link. Let me get Bud's. Let me get Bud's link so you can go out check out his channels. A lot of good channels out there. So, anybody doing anything exciting today? Hey, hello, Star. How's it going? Okay, let's see who else is in here. Bud. All right. Hey, who's it? Scott? What's up? What's up? What's going on? Just here, seeing who's coming in. Decided to do a live. How you doing? Let's see. Am I subscribed to you? Yes, I am. Let's see, Scott. So what's up, man? Chilling in Denver? Hey, that's good. I'm here in California. And there's his link. Go check out his channel. See if you like what you see. Spread it out. Grow. Everybody, let's grow together. Check out some of the links in the chat. If you want to grow more, you probably already know James Gype. He's a good guy. Yeah, no problem, man. Oh yeah, you got a storm over there where you're at? Here it was kind of crazy weather. Last couple of days, windy and cold, but it's not that bad. I mean, it kind of sprinkled. When was it? On Monday, I think it was. Yeah, we had some rain on Monday night, but other than that, it wasn't that bad. Just winds. So how's everybody done tonight? Yeah, earlier I was busy with the AC guy, the air conditioning guy. Yeah, because he was supposed to already have finished the AC already by today, but he called me. When was it? Sunday, and it was like, no, nobody has ACs. Yeah, nobody had air conditionings anywhere to be found. So he finally found one. So he's gonna put that one in. So hopefully within a week I'll have AC. I got AC right now, but it's not at 100%. It's like 20. This August is gonna be 26 years old. It's like I better get it before summertime comes. Hey, how's it going, Bukas family? What's up? How you doing, man? The weather, yeah. You know what? I usually just go on my phone. Use one of those weather apps. It even gives you like the radar. You could even see the storm. How it's moving and stuff. Because especially if we use the satellite pictures, those kind of work real good, and you can kind of see how. Let's see. Yeah, I'm Busca's family. I'm subscribed to you. How you doing today? You're from the Philippines. Welcome. I think it's another day already over there in the Philippines. Here it's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock at nighttime. 8 p.m. Yeah, over there was morning time. Thursday. In the future. Yep. You're working now? Oh, don't work so hard. My job, I can do my job and listen to videos. So depends on your job. Don't get in trouble. Thanks for thanks for dropping in. Don't forget to hit the like button. Yeah, 11:05 a.m. in the Philippines. Thursday. Yep. Yeah, it's 8:06 already here, but yeah, it was 8:05 earlier. Yeah. Yeah, don't forget to hit the like button. Hey, 4 likes only. Man, they don't like me today. I'm from California, USA. Let's see. I don't know if I visit a lot of Filipino um, channels. I go to Titas. I go to what is her name? Started with a Z. Sahara or something like that. And then of course James Skype Guy. He has a lot of a lot of Filipino channels that follow him. Hey, let's see. She stole my thunder. How's it going? Sad to hear that stole your thunder, man. How you doing today? Let's see. Canadian. Hey, welcome. I usually visit Like Father Like Son. They're in Canada also. So how you doing today? What's up, everybody? Let's see. Let's get her link up there. Check out her channel. How's it over there in Canada? Cold? Here summer's kind of trying to creep in. It's in the 80s. It was in the 90s like Saturday and Sunday, but it kind of cooled down on Monday. A lot of thunder and hearts, huh? Well, I never moved from Florida. I've always been in California. I know everybody. Why does it say Florida? Well, the name sounded better. It's always about the name. It sounded better. Moon over Miami than moon over California. And it wasn't taken, so I said, hey, sounds good. Why not? But never been to Florida. I heard they have a lot of hurricanes, so I mean, we have earthquakes here, so it's already bad enough. But my let's see, my sister, she went to Florida. Some other relatives have gone to Florida, going, the Disney. So you're in Denver. Thank you, thank you. So how are you doing there? Where do you where do you work at? Hey, Roundup, what's up? You wanna get up here? I'll put the link in the chat for you if you want. What you doing today, Todd? Just here, I figured do a live. Still had some free hours to kill on here. Hey, how's it going, Crystal? What's up, Crystal? Thanks for coming in. Everybody, go check out Roundup. He has a great channel too. Go check out his videos. He's got some great videos. And Crystal, she also has some good videos too. Let me get her link. Hey, how's it going, Leslie? Hey, Legs. I think she's in the UK. Hey, Leslie, what's up? I think she's in the UK. I mean, I'm not 100%, but or maybe she's in the US. I forget. So many channels I visit that sometimes I don't remember. Yeah, she is in the UK. So how you doing over there? How's the weather over there? Cold still? There's her link. Go check out her channel. So it's pretty late over there, I believe. What is it? Probably 1 in the morning or midnight over there already, or even later than that, huh? I forget. Don't know my UK time hours. I know Mark. He's usually up like 1, 2 in the morning sometimes at the shows. Hey, Mike Fishing, what's up? You just got off work. All right. That's good. Anything new and exciting? Mike's fishing. He's got some fishing stuff. Don't forget to hit the like button, everybody. Spread the love. It's snowing today. Oh shoot. 4:13 a.m. Yeah, because people are gonna start getting up over there in the UK. Go to work. Yeah, usually I get what's his name? Happy Ants in here. Started vacation. Ooh, clocking out. Hey, congrats. Don't work too hard at home. uh, yeah. Yeah, no problem there, Thunder. Yeah. So what's your plans, Mike? Going anywhere with all this great gas prices we're having? Uh, it's like I don't know. I don't think there's gonna be a lot of traveling this year with all the gas prices. But the government says they're gonna give us a stimulus for the gas. Yeah, like that's gonna. I mean, what? You're gonna give me enough for the whole year? you know, it's like right now. I haven't got to put gas. I got to put gas tomorrow. Usually put gas on Sunday and Thursday. Sunday, let's see, last Thursday it was five. I think it was 5.55 already. And then that Sunday I put gas and it was at 5.65. 10 cents it went up in just a couple of days, man. On a gardening show, yeah, probably. I mean, I visit a lot of different people, man. Oh, that's good. Tarantulas. I don't have any tarantulas. All I got is a jumping spider. Well, you're lucky, man. I haven't had vacation in Jesus more than 10 years, 15 years. I mean, I've taken days off, but no vacation because where I work at, we don't get paid vacation, so can't afford to take time off unless I save or whatever. Yeah, I guess you like Arnold Thor. No, I mean, what was it? That movie he came out in. Let's see, Mike's fishing. I think I got you on here already. Let me put your link up again. Yeah, all I got is a jumping spider, but then I see I see a tarantula at work all the time. So I kind of watch that one and see what it does here and there. I got some videos coming out. Then I fed it. I put some mealworms, like four of them in his. He covered up his entrance with web. So I put some on there on the web, and they got tangled up. I was trying to see if it would come out and eat them, but he never did. You know, I could see his legs there. They were just there, but he wasn't going for it. So then he did go for him later on, because in fact, I guess after he ate him, he decided. I think it might be even a female, and it closed up his burrow, his hole that he has in the ground. He closed it up, got some webs and some rocks, and then pulled them. So now you can't see the hole. I know where it's at because it's kind of marked where I have it. So the good thing is nobody can mess with it, you know, because it's in a secure area. So it's like it's gonna unless a bird or something attacks it, or an animal digs it up. But I mean, it's pretty much hidden. You can't really tell that it's there. I mean, the hole is only like 3 inches in diameter. You know. Hey Mag, hey, how's it going? Let me get your link up there, Maggie. What are you up to today? Anything exciting? There's Mag's link. You've had it for 10 years. Yeah, I know some. What kind of spider is it? Because I know, well, females. I mean, there's depending on what kind they are. Some can last up to 40 years, but then there's some 15, 20. But the males, of course, males don't last very long. as soon as they do their duties, they either get killed or they die from old age. And old age for them is, in some of them, it's only maybe 5 years. I think seven I think is about the oldest on some of those. You're doing good, thank you. Yes, you're welcome. How you doing today? Yeah, I mean, there's some males. I mean, depending on the, I think on the tarantula, they live longer. They live, I mean, a little bit longer, but there's some, yeah, only about two, like you said, 2 years. So, what kind of tarantula do you have? Yeah, when I was driving around at work, and I saw one night, I saw two tarantulas. I think one was a male, one was a female. So I'm hoping that that male found the female and did his job, and then now maybe that the one that, maybe it closed off, because it's been more over a week that it closed off its burrow. Usually when they close off their burrow, it's because either they're gonna molt, and then when they molt, it's only a couple of days, but it's been over a week. So maybe it's laying eggs. I mean, hey, if it does, maybe I'll get lucky and witness babies coming out of the hole now. That'll be great. Start filming the babies. Oh, red. Oh, okay. Red hair. I saw one of those. I think they had it at one of the pet stores. It was one of the, I think it was the red knee. Red. I think it was called the red knee. I think, and they $100 for it. And it was about the size. I don't know if it was a male or female, but it was the size of like the one that's out there. But the one out there, I think is might be like one of those blondie, those because it's kind of like a brown kind of. There's some pictures that I mean videos I've taken, real close ups where you can see the colors. You know, um, she's super chilled. Yeah. Hey, hello, welcome from Japan. We have visitors from Japan from the future. Hey, 350, 351. What's up? 351. How you doing today, man? Welcome, welcome, everyone. Don't forget to hit the like and share. Share us out, man. All right, we got 9 people in here. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, and if you want, you can also check my all the channels that I go visit. I have my list. Anybody can see it. I don't hide it. Maybe there's other channels there. I got fishing channels. I've got people that do cooking the recipes. There's homesteaders. There's model building guys. There's fishing guys. There's channels like James Guy, and all these channels from the Philippines, And there's also I also visit some guy. His name is Yoshi. He's a truck driver in Japan, and he does videos of him when he's at work, driving a semi. He drives different semis all the time, different loads. Yeah, it's pretty entertaining. And then there's other, gamers, people that play video games, from Japan, from the U.S., from Brazil, Philippines. There's other ones that have karaoke, they help you grow your channel also. There's a lot of channels that I have that I go visit. Maggie, she's one of them. She's one of the ones I go visit. And then I can't, if I could only read Japanese, but it's Shamo Arigato. Arigato. That's about all. Yeah, I used to work at the post office also, and I used to work with a lot of Filipinos, and I used to listen to them talking, and a lot of their words are the same as in Spanish because I speak Spanish, so the days of the week, lunes, martes, miércoles, jueves, viernes, sábado, y domingo. So and then some of the words, that they say, I can kind of listen, and then I know what. And then they're like, oh, you speak Tagalog? I'm like, no, I don't speak Tagalog, but it sound the word, because remember the Philippines at one time I believe they were under Spain, so a lot of Spanish people. I mean, when I used to work with the guys there, they last names were Jimenez, Garcia, you know, Lopez, Mexican names, Spanish names. Yeah, so I mean, you learn. I mean, I love listening to all these languages. I used to when I was over there, they had a library because since in San Diego area, there's a lot of Filipino, you know, families and big community. So the library in the area where I lived, I guess there was a lot of them because even the library had a lot of videos, of like VHS. Probably a lot of you guys are too young. I don't know those VHS. And I used to rent the movies. It was free as long as you had a library card. And they had a lot of good, action and romance, you know, uh, uh, movies, but they were all in Tagalog. I didn't speak or understand Tagalog, but I could kind of follow the story, because of their mannerisms and what they were saying, plus a couple of words here and there, you kind of you know you can understand a little bit of it, I think. But yeah, I got good news today. My AC guy got me getting me an air conditioning, so I was like, oh man, summertime is coming, and I'm like, what am I gonna do without this AC? It's 120. Our AC is too old already. 4 people here. Boy, everybody left. Oh man. Oh, it's okay. I'm gonna be on here for a while. I got nothing but time to kill today. Don't have to get up early tomorrow, so I'll be on here for a while. See who comes in. I know Brad. Brad was in here the other day, and he's he's somewhere in where do you say he was at? He used to live somewhere in Chicago area, but I think he moved. He's over. Where do you say he was at? I don't think he said he was in Oklahoma. I forget where he was at. And then he met some other guy. He was from from Spain. He was from Barcelona. Yeah, he was in his 60s, but he originally originally grew up in Chicago area. Yeah. So, anybody doing anything interesting today? I know, what's his name? Fisher, what is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, those the laws. Yeah, the Lacey Act. You're right, Scott. Yeah, that Lacey Act. The thing is, I don't know if you've seen. There was some. I was looking at Instagram. There was a cartoon. There was four people on a boat. There's two guys at the end of the boat. And there's water coming in. It's sinking boat. They're pumping water out of the boat. And on the other end, there's two guys. And then those two guys, they're like going, I'm glad I'm not at that end of the boat. It's like they're in the same boat. They're gonna sink, But that's kind of like the attitude that people are taking, of this Lacey Act law that's gonna probably pass. I mean, because people, I mean, what is it? U.S. ARC is fighting it, and then there was somebody was talking about that U.S. ARC. There's so many. How many people do you think there is in the whole world? You know, and this is a big organization that supposedly helps and has been helping stop certain laws from passing. This affects everybody, even people from other countries, because as like, even if you live in Canada, people, oh, I live in Canada, it's not going to affect me. Well, right now it's not affecting you, but then guess what? If you can't sell or get anything out of the USA, and then it falls, other countries start, like the UK or other countries start, what's going to happen? Harder prices are going to go up on everything, because you can't find those animals. It affects everything: isopods, insects. I mean, but there are, some people, oh, ah, it's only, and like Florida, everybody was, oh, Florida, it's in Florida only, they're the ones having a problem with all the snakes and stuff. Yeah, but guess what? It passes, and then people don't understand. They're passing the laws, hiding them in between other bills. Like, say they're doing a bill for stimulus, for money for to help people, with the gas or anything, like, and then this little paragraph, they'll stick that other thing that they want to pass, because who's going to read the 2,900 pages? Supposedly they're supposed to read them, but come on. They ask somebody else to read them, and then they're going to go there like, doesn't concern us, you know. And there they go. They're going to pass that law, and then people, right now it says affects anything that's not, like, you can transport cows, pigs, chickens, but then regular chickens. What about those other kind of chickens, that are considered, what is it? Those, like foreign chickens, these different kind of looking chickens, that people have, and they give different eggs. People like those. But then if they pass this law, and people are saying, oh, well, it's not affecting me. They think it's only affecting people with snakes, and it's only reptiles. No, it's going to affect everybody. That's the thing you don't understand. I mean, look at New York. I think they have a law that they passed that you can't ship anything in or out of New York of any kind of live animals. You can go out of the state, buy it, and then drive it back, but you can't, like, get it, you know, shipped to you from another, like, from another country, or from another state. See, that's the thing. They're passing all these laws, and they're just sneaking them by, and people are like, it doesn't affect me. Well, guess what? It will. Yeah, thank you, Maggie. But I mean, people need to you know look at this. I mean, I think there. I mean, just imagine how many people we have, in the United States, and it's supposedly there's only 7,000 members that are in the U.S. ARC. So that's not very much. I mean, just in like Texas alone, you can imagine how many owners of reptiles, snakes, you know, invertebrates, spiders, tarantulas, lizards, geckos, monitors, turtles, you know, and people think it's only going to affect people with snakes. Uh, no, that's not the way it's written. I mean, it's only there's only whatever's in their list. They said is going to be able to be transported across state lines. So they said basically cattle, pigs, chickens, whatever's considered food for consumption. I mean, pretty soon, dog owners. I mean, there's already some dogs you can't have in certain states. You can't have those pit bulls or Rottweilers. You know, but and they always pass these laws. They hide them in other bills, and people they don't. That's what U.S. Art does. They check it out, make sure they read everything that's going through any kind of bill that's going through. They look at every page because they already know how they do it. They sneak it in. You know, it's like all of a sudden you can't have this, and you're like, what? When did they pass that? And you voted on it and you didn't read it because who reads that big page? Night. Are you gonna sit down and read? Like 2,900 pages of something if it you think it's not going to affect me. I mean, anybody that has you know I mean, even pet stores are worried because guess what? you know they're basically they sell animals and reptiles, even birds. Now you're talking about birds, like parakeets, parrots, all those kind of things are probably going to be on there too. And people right now are like, I don't own a reptile, but they own a bird, you know, or they own a turtle, they own a frog, you know, their kid, that pet that they wanted to get their kid won't be able to, or they will, but then it's going to be like going to cost much more. Instead of a couple $100s, it's going to be thousands of dollars. Make it more expensive. Let's see. We got 8 people in here, but I don't see anybody in the chat talking. All right, come on. Nobody's going to bite you. Say hello so we can check out your channel and help you grow. Yeah, Todd was in here. Todd Autry was, I guess he just popped in and out. He's probably listening to the live. He puts it on and does whatever he has to do. That's what I do sometimes. And I mean, when I'm at work, I do that. I go watch, put a video on and listen to it while I'm working. Give people time on their channel, check out their videos, listen to their videos, go re-listen to their lives. When I go to work, it's like 45 minutes to an hour going and coming. more time to kill there, could listen to videos on the way over there and way back. That's the way you got to do it. We say we got no time, but we got all this time stuck in traffic. If you live in areas like LA or Chicago or anywhere, San Diego, man, it's bad, the traffic sometimes. I remember one time we were going to go to some training or something. We were at a motel that they had us in. Then one of the guys, hey, let's we're driving it was only like 4 blocks away, the hotel. And it was like, Jesus, the traffic, we would move one car and it would stop. It was not even moving. And then like the final block, I'm like, I mean, if I would have just walked from the hotel on foot, I think I probably would have got there faster. Yeah, because I mean, I got off the car like the last block and I walked and we got there at the same time, and he was in a vehicle and I was walking. I mean, that's how bad the traffic was. I mean, it was terrible. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get some water. Getting thirsty. Okay, anybody else come in? Let's see here. Oh, hello. Welcome. Anybody else coming in? Nope. 6 people in the house. No one talking. What's up, man? What's up? Yeah. Yeah, it was I remember let's see. talking about my let's see, what was it? My cousin and me, we used to work at a furniture store, and we used to load up cars and stuff like that, and we had people who would come and buy their furniture, and they come in these little vehicles and they buy stuff that probably should have gotten delivered, but they don't want to pay the delivery fee. So they're like, I want to take it home with me, So they come in there like a little Toyota Corolla, 4-door, and they don't come by themselves, They have the whole family, so seats 5, 3 kids, husband and wife, and they come and they buy a dinette set, for 4 chairs and a table. It's not too bad. So they're like, hey, we want, at least they had a blanket, so that way the roof wouldn't get scratched, because that's where we had to put it, because you can't take it apart, I mean, you could the legs, but then you still had the 4 chairs. Where are you going to put the 4 chairs, So we told them, well, they want to take it. Okay, well, then I said, get in the car. So they all got into the car, and my cousin, I told him, hey, well, we gotta strap it down so it doesn't fall off, so I can get it home. So then, we told him, well, get in the car, put all your windows down, all 4 windows down. And then we had, it was called twine. It was like this real thin, it was made out of, I guess, what do you call it? Like plastic, but it was like twine almost, but it was made out of plastic. So it was pretty strong. It wasn't going to break. I mean, you needed a knife to cut it if you tied it into a knot and couldn't, undo it. So then, they're in the car, and then, so then we put the table upside down with the legs sticking up, and then let me hold on. All righty. So then, gotta charge my phone here before it dies. Yeah. So then, we put the table upside down with the legs sticking up, and then the chairs, we interlocked them on top of the table, tied all the chairs together, and then the table legs, down to the car, and then tied, going through the windows and tied everything down. And while we're doing this, me and my cousin, then the wife's all telling the husband, is like, hey, how are we gonna, they're tying us in here, how are we gonna get out? And the husband's all like, don't worry about it. We'll figure that out when we get home. And so then, we did, get everything on there and nice and tight, checked it out. It wasn't going to go nowhere. And they got it home, they didn't pay no delivery fee, but, it was fun. And then we had, what was it? Oh, there was this other couple, that they were driving like a Dodge Charger, an old one, pretty, how wide they are. So, the back seats are pretty big, but it was a 2-door. So the 2-door, you open up the doors, so they are like, they bought like a little this like where you put like little knickknacks, and then it's like in a corner. So it's kind of like the back of it is like like a triangle, but the front of it is like kind of round. And it was about I think it was maybe about almost 5 feet, 5 feet high. It wasn't that tall. So we figured, yeah, it should fit in the back of the seat, in the back seat. So my cousin, he like, okay, well, let's get it in there. They parked the car there, and they pulled up in their car, and then they both got out of the car, the husband and wife. So then we said, okay. So I'm like holding it, and then my cousin, he first he opens, the doors open, and then he pushed the seat forward, and then once he pushed the seat forward, then he was sitting kind of like in the seat, in the back seat, but he was like this. So he's like he's feeding the thing like into the car, and then I'm like pushing it in, but I can't see into the car, because the roof, it's like right here. So I'm looking at the top of the roof, so I can't see inside the car. So I'm pushing it and pushing it, and there's only like about maybe about say about an I guess maybe 10 inches left to get into the car. And then he stops, and he's like, he starts cracking up, and he's laughing and laughing. And my cousin's like, he's over here like, like laughing. I'm like, what's going on? And he wouldn't stop laughing, but he wouldn't tell me what's going on. And he's all like, take it out. Okay. So I'm like, okay. I don't know what happened, why it didn't fit. Wasn't that big. So I'm pulling it out, and as I'm pulling it out, all of a sudden, on the other side of the car, you see this little old lady. She's comes out of the back seat, and she's out. She comes out, and she's all like, ah, I couldn't get out. I couldn't get out. And I'm like, what the heck? And then I'm telling my cousin what, because he was cracking up and he wouldn't stop laughing. I'm like, what was going on? Now apparently, you know, he saw her but didn't say anything. And she's sitting in the back seat. So as he's feeding it into the seat, this little lady, she's sitting back there. And then pretty much the thing is like this, and the car is on the other side, and we're like pushing her into the car. And my cousin's over there cracking up. Instead of telling him, there's a little lady, or he could have just said, hey, there's a little lady and we're smashing her. And I was like, oh my God, you idiot. I'm like, but it was so funny because, we didn't know that there was somebody in the car, because only those two people came out of the front seats. They didn't say, oh, we got grandma with us in the back seat. But it was so funny. She's like, I couldn't get out. Because she was like this in the back, getting smashed. Oh my God. I'm like, okay, all right. I told my cousin, next time, make sure you tell me what's going on. And then one day, we're coming home from the furniture store, going home. And then when I used to go home, I used to take this route, and it was like a lot of turns, rights, lefts, and then go straight, and then turn left, right, for a while. So then I'm like, I'm driving, and then all of a sudden I see this car behind me, kind of following, and it looks like it looks like I think it was a police car. Yeah, it was a police car. And he's like following me, like, I take a right turn, he takes a right turn, and he's like right behind me. So I even changed lanes, and he changes lanes, and I'm like, and I'm driving the speed limit and obeying all laws, And I tell my cousin, I go, hey, you know what? I go, this police car behind us, I think he wants to pull us over. I don't know why, but you know, we haven't done anything, you know. I mean, and so we're like, you know, we're like, okay. So I keep driving and driving, and then all of a sudden, boom, another police car. So now I got two police cars behind me, and they're like, you know, I'm like, oh shit. You know what? I said, you know what? I'm gonna pull over and find out what's going on because this is getting, you know, this is getting ridiculous. You know, now I got two police cars, you know, behind me. So I'm like, okay. Um, I told my cousin, you know, just we'll see what's going on. So we pulled into it was like a little shopping center, you know, and it had like restaurants and little stores and stuff. And so I pull in, you know, and then I'm like, okay, and then I put it in. I mean, I didn't even park. I just like in the drive, you know, like into the driveway, and then ahead, and then they pulled in, you know, like like oh man, you know, something's up. I don't know what's going on, you know. Hey, primitive, what's up? Yeah, so then the cops are behind us, you know, and yeah, so the cops are behind us, and then I'm like, I told my cousin, you know what, I don't know what's going on, so I put in park, and then I open my door, and I'm like gonna see, you know, go talk to the officers and going, what's up? As soon as I open the door, I hear I I hear somebody say, "Get back in the car," and I'm like, "Oh shit!" So I close the door back up, and then I hear, you know, because these guys had this guy. One of the guys had a shotgun out, and the other guy had his revolver out, and they're like, you know, they're like going like this, you know, and I'm like, oh man, I'm like, I told my cousin, I don't know what's going on, but they're gonna. I hope I hope you know they don't do something stupid and you know and this is in San Jose area, you know. And I'm like, oh man, I'm like, okay. So we're in there, you know, and then they start giving us instructions, you know, turn the car off, throw the keys out of the car. So, you know, with your that's always the left hand, not your right hand, left hand. You know, we had our hands, you know, I had my hands, you know, sticking out of the wind, you know, out of the window. And my cousin had his hands out of the other window. And so then so then I'm like, okay, well, let's see what's going on. So I'm like, what's up? You know, I was wondering still, you know. So then the guy, you know, the driver, you know, opened the door from the outside, you know, and get out of the vehicle. I'm like, okay. So I, you know, grab the door from the outside, I get out of the vehicle, and then they're telling, you know, keep your hands up, you know. So I got my hands up, and then he goes, spin around, spin around, you know, with your hands up, so you see if you have any weapons hiding or anything, you know. So then you know, the guy goes, oh, you know, and then they start bringing me toward them. It's all like walk backwards, you know, toward the police car, you know. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, I'm walking backwards, and then I'm like, I get to the police car, and then the you know the I kind of turn to the cop, and then I go, sir, what's going on? You know, and so shut up. Oh, okay, all right. I'm like, whatever you say. And then I hear the guys talking to each other. It's like, shall we pull the other? It's all like, well, we'll wait. We'll gotta wait for backup. And then boom, like 4 other police cars show up. I'm like, oh man, this is getting serious. I'm like, what the hell did these guys think that we did? So I'm like, okay. So so then the backup gets there. They start drawing their weapons. Pointing them at us. And I'm like, oh man, these guys. Hopefully they don't trigger happy and shoot us for stupidity. And then so then the guy goes, okay, well they told me to move toward him, backwards, and then he handcuffed me and threw me in the back of the police car. Didn't even read me any rights yet or anything. Just threw me back there. I'm like, hey, and I'm trying, hey, what's going on? Just shut up. Okay. And I guess I'm sitting in the back of the vehicle, handcuffed, and then I'm looking at my cousin. He's still in the car, and then they're like, okay, passenger, open the door from the outside, and then my cousin had a like a Pendleton, oh, plus we were both wearing beanies, black beanies. We're Mexican, well, but my cousin, he's more white than me. I mean, I think his dad is German, and so he was real white and tall. He's like 6. I think he was like 6 feet something. I think 6'2" or something like that. And he gets out of the vehicle, and I'm like, oh my god! I'm like, oh, it's like my cousin's gonna do something stupid. End up getting. I'm gonna witness his murder because it was gonna be murder because we hadn't done anything, So we're just coming home from work, and then so then the guy, the cops get my cousin out and they tell him the same thing, spin around, lift your shirt up because they couldn't see where his shirt up, so and then they did that. They told him to walk backwards and they handcuffed him and then they took him somewhere else. And then all there was a crowd in the parking lot. They went, oh man, they're probably just, look at these criminals. They're all like probably going, shoot him, kill him, kill him, kill him. I mean, they're already judging us and we haven't done anything, but oh, we look the part. We fit the description supposedly, but then they're over there. And then they're checking my car out. They don't even ask me if they can look into my car or anything. I mean, it was a total chaos, and then my cousin, then all of a sudden then they're like, they come over here and then they uncuff me, and I'm like, what's going on? Oh no, you're okay, you can go now. I'm like, but what? I'm like, no, like, I'm sorry, we, it wasn't you, we made a mistake. Or so I told my cousin, because then my cousin came over, and I told him, I go, what happened? Because nobody came and see me. They went over there because I guess I was the driver, the getaway driver, and my cousin was the guy, I guess, that held up some, I think it was a liquor store or something. And then the guy, they bring I guess they brought the witness to ID my cousin. And the funny thing is, my cousin, they show my cousin, and the guy's, oh no, that's not him. What do you mean it's not him? And he goes, because the guys that did it, the guy that he saw do it, he was African American. I mean, you can't really mistake us for, I'm like, hey, I'm a little tan, but not African American. I mean, come on. And my cousin's even whiter than me. And it was like, it was so funny because they bring this Asian guy, he's all like, is that him? No. It's like, it would have been great. We wouldn't even have to go through all this because I mean they could see us in the car. We're not wearing any masks or anything, so they could see that we were what kind of skin we were. And I mean, if the guy would have told them, or maybe they did, maybe he did tell the people, but they don't ever listen. Of they're all like, oh, robbery, yeah, let's get him, let's chase, police chase. I mean, there was no police chase. We're driving the speed limit, 35 miles an hour. And then we parked in the parking lot, and and it was funny because and then I'm like, they didn't even. It's like, oh, I'm like, hey, well, what's I got some badges, but I mean, I probably could have sued, but like, oh, they have the right to, because supposedly we were the criminals, but yeah, it made us look, so guilty right there with all the crowd of people that were in that little shopping center, and it's like, and it's like, look at them criminals. They got beanies on. They're Mexican. They're guilty. I mean, it's like, geez, so it was crazy that day, and then my cousin, he never. It was this whole week of police. Even the day before, we were waiting outside of out of the job at the furniture store, and then a cop showed up, and all of a sudden, boom, grabs my cousin and has him on the hood of his police car, and then telling him, handcuffing him. I'm like, what the heck? Hey, what are you doing? That's my cousin. I'm telling him, and I'm telling him, the information, because my cousin never carried a wallet. He never carried his ID. And I keep telling him, dude, you got to at least carry your ID. Because when you get pulled over by anybody, they're going to want to know who you are. And then if they're looking for somebody and they know the name of the person, then that can, like, oh, it's not you. So it was like, oh, man, because he was wearing the suspect's white T-shirt, black beanie. It was like, Jesus. And then to top it off, the guy that they were looking for worked in because it was a big warehouse. There was another part of the warehouse that was behind us, and it was some other company, and that's where the cop's supposed to have been. But he's over here harassing us. I'm like, Jesus. And I mean, in a couple of seconds, he just grabbed him and boom, he's like, got him on the hood. I'm like, and then they're like, hey, they're like, stand back. I'm like, okay, I don't want to get arrested for interference. I'm just trying to find out what's going on. And then we're like, and then even our bosses were there. They're like, hey, what are you trying to arrest him for? Well, because there was a complaint of somebody calls that somebody was threatening their boss and blah, blah, blah. Well, there's nobody here threatening anybody. We all work here. And they're like, then they find out that it was for the other building, the back part of the building. And I was like, oh, man. And I told him, and he's all asking him for his ID. And I'm like, he doesn't have it with him. But then after that time that we almost got shot by all those guns pointing at us, he started carrying his ID with him. But he was like, oh my God, it was crazy. I was like, dude, you're gonna get killed. I mean, I remember when I first moved over there up north, and I'm driving my car, and I'm looking, driving through town. I think it was my brother, my sister, my mom, and me. And I'm driving. I had a 60. What was it? It was a 66 Chevy Caprice. It was in lowered or anything. It just nice looking. And then I'm wearing because it's cold. This is the winter time, so I'm wearing a trench coat. And then I'm wearing a brim, a black hat. So of course, I'm driving through town too slow for the cop. And then I pull into the shopping center, just look and see what stores they had, stuff like that. And then he pulls behind me and puts the light on. And he's all like, pulls me over and, yes, can I have your license and registration and insurance? And I'm like, yeah. So pulled all my information and handed it to him. And then he's all like, Well, the reason I stopped you was because you're driving slow. I'm like, driving slow? I'm like, I'm driving the speed limit, you know. He's all like, what are you doing? Where do you live? I'm like, well, I mean, I just moved here, and we're just, looking around, see what kind of stores there is here and all that. But I fit the profile, gangster, you know. It's like, geez, I mean, but they profile. They say they don't profile, but they do profile people. I mean, they always wanna arrest you and put you in jail. It's like, you know, they check. I had no tickets, no warrants, no. I mean, I have a clean record. I'm like never, no problem. Insurance, everything is good. He's all like, oh well, sorry, but you were driving slow. I'm like, well, I mean, I was in a parking lot. It's like, am I supposed to speed? He had no reason to stop me, but he tried to make up stuff. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then I'm like, okay, can I go now? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. I'm like, thanks for the welcome, the welcome wagon. I said to myself, you know, I mean, geez, I can understand if I was speeding or swerving, because even that happened to me. Me and my cousin, we I think we went to church that day. It was on a Sunday, and we went to the services, and then we got out, and you Catholic, you they give you your wafer and a little sip of wine, but nothing to impair your you're not gonna chug a whole shot, just a little sip. So and I'm driving, and I'm talking to my cousin, and we were at a stop sign. Then from that stop sign, I took off, and I was driving, slow. I'm speeding up slowly, and talking to him. And I guess I wasn't paying attention, and I kind of like rode the white line, a little bit. So there was a high patrol behind me, and boom, he put the lights on and pulled me over. And and then he's all, oh, the reason I pulled you over is because you were driving slow, and you kind of went over the white line a couple of times. Oh, I go, oh, I'm sorry, you know, I wasn't sorry, I wasn't paying attention because I was talking to my cousin. We are just, you know, talking about church that we just came out of, and then he's all, well, give me your registration. So I gave him. He checked. It's clean, of course. And then when he gets back, it's funny because he's all like, "Do I smell alcohol in your breath?" I'm like, "Alcohol in my breath?" I go, "We just came from church." I go, maybe you smelled the blood of the Christ. you know. I go, but or maybe it's my aftershave. I don't know. And then after that, and I'm like, no, I don't even drink. I go, I haven't never drank. I had quit drinking when I turned 21. I was like, I used to drink when I was real young, but I mean, I was already in my let's see, how old was I at that time? I think I was in my 20s, like 28, 25, somewhere around there. And this was like in the 90s. Let's see, 80, no, in the 80s. Yeah, it was in the 80s. And then I'm like, no, I go, I don't drink. In fact, we just came from church. I go, maybe it was the wine that they gave us when, the sacrament. Then maybe that's what you're smelling on my breath. And it's all like, oh, I guess it must be because there's a lot of wineries there in the area. And he's all like, oh, I guess it's the wineries, that I'm smelling. I'm like, yeah, whatever, sure. I'm like, he had no other reason but for what he pulled me over, but he was trying to, you know, get me for drunk driving when I wasn't even drinking and driving. So they're like, oh well, be more careful. I'm like, oh okay, thanks, officer. I will. You know, I wasn't speeding. I was, barely took off from the stoplight, very slow. But yeah, he's like trying to add things onto it. They try that, and I'm like, no, don't think so. And so then it was funny because one time I was sleeping. I lived in a 2-story apartment upstairs, and we used to park. There was parking in the back, carport, but I couldn't see my vehicle there, so I would park it in the street, and I could always see my vehicle. Like all I gotta do is look out the window, and I could see perfectly. I had a Mazda truck, a B2000. It was all, all nice and fixed up. And then they would constantly, try to break into it. They would stick a screwdriver through the lock, open up the truck, the alarm would go off, so they'd take off running. They would take off. They wouldn't steal anything, just damage the lock. I had to go get it repaired, whatever mess up with the paint, and then they would fix it. And then, because I had a stereo system, I had like a speaker system, boombox. And the stereo wasn't in there because I had a pull out. I would just pull it out, so the only thing that was in there was the equalizer. No, at that time I did have a stereo in there, but because some guy did break in and stole the stereo out, and it was funny because he couldn't pull the equalizer out. There was the equalizer went in, and it went in through the front real easily, and then I put a little plate on it with 4 screws just to hold it in place. Well, the thief, he was just some guy that was all drugged up, He broke into the truck, and he went through the back. He set off the alarm first, breaking the side window, but he didn't go through there because the alarm was gonna reset and it would keep going off. But I couldn't hear it because that day was real windy, and then I had parked it in the back where I shouldn't. That's when I stopped parking it back there. And the guy slid in because I had a snug top on it, and I had the back window. So he just basically, he couldn't open up the window with the glass. What he did, he just pulled on the because that one at that time, it didn't have a lock. Like now the trucks, they have a key and you can lock it so they can't pull the tailgate down. In that truck, it was 2000 model, I believe. And that one, you just pull on the handle and it would open. Well, he like pried it down, and then it just enough to where it would just open. But then he slid in because I had a carpet kit in it, and then he had to go through 2 sliders because I had the snug top slider, and then there was the truck had also the windows, to open. And it's only like, a real skinny person could fit through it, but that's about it. So this guy, he got in there, and he's all working and trying to get he got the stereo out. Then he's trying to get the equalizer because the stereo went out that way. So he ripped the whole thing apart, and he got the stereo out. But then the equalizer, all he had to do was pull it out forward, and he would have got it out. But this dummy thought it went out that way. So he's trying to push it and push it and push it, and he couldn't get it out. It was, I could just see it in my mind when he's doing this. He's like an idiot. He's over there trying to push it in, and there's no way he's going to get it out that way. I mean, all you got to do is just and disconnect it, and you would have had it out. So the guy steals my stereo and stuff. And then my neighbor downstairs, he's all like, "Oh, I heard your alarm going off." I go, "Dude, then why didn't you just, go and tell me, I would have called the cops." So by the time, the next morning I get up and I'm like, "Oh shit." I see the window, because it was a king cab. So the little window was busted open where he tried to get in originally. But he there was no alarm on the back, so as long as he didn't open up the doors, the alarm wasn't going to go off. Or if he impacted, then the alarm would have went off. So this guy, he worked on it, and then he got the stereo. He just gave up on the equalizer and just took the stereo. It was a Kenwood, and then he took it, and then I found out exactly who. Hey, how's it going, Josh? Welcome. Hey, I guess he must be from the UK, from Canada. Got the Canadian flag. Let's get your link. Yeah, it's going good. That's good, man. Yeah, so then this guy, he stole this just a stereo. He didn't steal anything else, and and then he kind of dented one of the speakers. So I had insurance, so I called up my insurance. They told me to take the vehicle in so they can take pictures of the damage. They replaced the glass, and then any kind of damage, if paint damage or. And then they said, well, they sent me, for the stereo, so I can buy another stereo, and then I told them the speaker was also crushed in, but they don't ask you, and then the stereo was missing, of course. So I made a police report because I had all the serial numbers and everything, because I had the original box to it and everything. So I made a police report. The guy and the cops came and they looked, and I'm like, aren't you gonna do fingerprints? And the cop was like, oh well. He did it. Like I had to tell him to do. It's like, what the heck? Isn't that part of your job? You know, you know, get whatever it's fresh. You know, but it's like, eh, you know, like we're not gonna catch him. Pretty much was his attitude. I'm like, oh man. So I go, okay, whatever. So then, I start telling people, friends in town, and I'm like, hey, you know what? Somebody stole my stereo. I'm looking, and so we kind of like start spreading that I was looking for a stereo, a Kenwood, of course, the one that was stolen. Of course, the idiot that stole it is, he's always high and on drugs and stuff. And apparently, what my stereo wasn't the only one he stole. He hit like 10 other cars. He hit like 10 other cars. Yeah, he had like 10 other cars. That he hit, and but nobody else had you know nobody else had, I guess they didn't have insurance, or they didn't have the serial number or anything. So then we found out who it was, and then a bunch of people that you know yeah. So then they're like, oh, we can't, you know nobody else had any of their stuff to give to the police department. But then everybody was looking for this guy, that he stole everybody's stereos from. So they're all looking for him. Oh, okay, Benji. Yeah. Yeah. So then they did the investigation. I went to my insurance. The insurance, they cut me a check, for the amount of the stereo, whatever, because I had my receipts and everything. So, and then also the speaker, that was basically the cone. He kind of just pushed it in, but I mean, I ended up just popping it back out. He didn't damage it, but it was part of the thing, that was going to get replaced and stuff. So then, they paid for everything. I got everything fixed, and then like about a couple months later, because these people, other people that he stole stereos from, they weren't gonna They weren't just gonna. They were gonna handle it themselves. So they found this. They found who it was, and they found all these other stereos. And then I guess, and then they beat the heck out of them, and then they called the cops on them. So then basically they locked them up. But basically the only thing that had them to lock them up was my stereo, because mine, you know, that they had the all the information from. So then this guy gets locked up, and then I guess then he had a public defender or something. So then they send me a letter saying that, oh, can I drop the charges? And I'm like, no. I'm like, he broke into, he didn't just break into mine. He broke into like 10 other vehicles. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, but no. So so then the court case, I guess it finally got finalized, and I forget how much time they gave him. But then this guy, he finally got out. Then after all that, then about a year afterwards, then the police department called me up and go, hey, we have your stereo. I'm like, oh, okay. Do you want it? And I go, sure, why not? I mean, it's mine. Come and pick it up. So I went up to the police station. They gave me back my stereo. It was nothing wrong with it. He. So then I got it. I got it back, and then I just, hey, well, I think I'll just sell it. So I sold it. I think got a couple, got $100 bucks for it. You know, I already gotten my money for the stereo anyway. So, and I already got a different stereo. I got a pull out then. That way they weren't going to steal that. And then I put the equalizer back in with the 4 screws, so nothing was damaged there. And then they had to order the part that was underneath, because he like broke it. He bent it, and it was kind of like almost the whole. They basically had to replace the whole dash in the truck, because that part, it's not just one part. It was just, I guess it was part of the whole dash. I'm like, oh my god! You mean you can't even just replace just that part? No. So they had to replace the whole dash. So the insurance covered all that. And they put in a new dash and everything. And then after they put in the new dash, I put in my new stereo and everything back on there, because I purchased everything, and I'm the one that installed the system in my truck, with the amps. And the guy was so dumb, because I had 2 amps, but those 2 amps were sitting underneath the seat. So the only way he would have been able to get the amps out, because they were screwed down to the floorboards, with metal screws. And the only way he would have gotten those out is if he would have removed the seats, both seats, and you gotta have tools to take off 4 bolts on each seat, get the seat out of the car. Imagine, but the alarm's gonna be going off. No, that would have never happened. So this guy, he was an idiot. But then he got out, and then I guess he started stealing again. And then I heard somebody killed him. They ended up stabbing him, like, I forget how many times in the back. And I guess somebody got tired of his stuff. He kept stealing from people. He stole from people that he shouldn't have. So sorry for the guy. I mean, he lost his life for a stereo. Pretty much. Yeah, I know. It took a year, man, to. And it was funny because, I mean, my stereo was the one that ended up, you know, getting the guy in trouble, because nobody else had their stuff. So it was. But yeah, so then I stopped putting my truck in the back, and I parked it in the street. But then they kept getting broken in. But right there, I would look real quick, because I'd hear the alarm, and I would sleep where I was sleeping. I could see the truck real easily from the upstairs window. I mean, it was just downstairs. And as soon as they opened the door, the alarm went off, and they would just take off. And then I would never, when I would come into our neighborhood, I would never be blasting my stereo. I would blast it everywhere else. But once I came like 2 blocks away from where I lived, I lowered the stereo. But people still, they look inside, they see a nice truck. and they're gonna, even I had tinted windows, but not the, back then you couldn't tint the front ones. Now you can tint the front ones a certain amount in California because they changed the laws. But back in the '80s, you couldn't tint the front windows at all. So so then yeah, I mean they broke into it like 2, 3 other times, and then so then I moved, and got married, and then in some apartments they stole my tail light, the whole assembly, and my front corner light. I mean, I guess somebody else had a Mazda truck. They needed it. I mean, it was like $150 for the light, and the whole assembly, the whole tail light. And then they didn't just disconnect it; they just cut the wires. I was like, God, man. So I ended up having to buy them. That was, insurance covered it also. But they're always, and then we had to move from those apartments because too many thieves, and they were in the building. Because I mean, one day, I mean, I'm like, I park, and they were watching me like to see when I would go in. As soon as I go in, they'd go start messing with my truck. And that day, I wasn't gonna be in the house a long time, so I came back outside, and I guess he's coming back. So then they all of a sudden I see my one of my lights hanging. I'm like, what the hell? And I'm looking around, and I'm like, Jesus Christ! I mean, just like in less than 10 minutes, they were already undoing some more lights on my truck. I'm like, Jesus! I'm like, oh man! I was like, so I'm like, okay. So I told my wife, you know what? We need to move from these apartments. I mean, there's nothing but thieves here, and where they're gonna steal whatever's left on the truck. Pretty soon, I'm gonna find it on blocks. Just you know, I mean, and I had an alarm on it, but they were just in case they would open the door or impact. But when you're doing screws and just taking stuff off, of course that's not gonna set off the alarm. But yeah, I was like, oh man, I'm like, Jesus Christ. And then I was driving a Toyota Corolla. I went back up north to visit my relatives. They were living in the same apartment, and it was funny because I'm parked and I'm upstairs and I'm already in bed, and then some idiot, I guess he was drinking or something. Boom! He runs into the back of my truck. I mean the Toyota, and I'm like, what? And the alarm goes off. So and then I look at the window, and then the guy's like trying to get out, but I guess his bumper hooked onto my bumper, and he's like, yeah, like burning rubber trying to get unhooked. And then I'm like, and I start yelling down, and I go, hey, what the hell, you know? And then my brother comes out, and we all go out. What the hell? What are you doing? What are you doing? And then he's all like, oh, the guy he was all I don't know what the hell he was on or what, because I mean he's all like, oh, you ran into me. I'm like, I ran into you? Well, my vehicle was parked. I was upstairs asleep already, and you ran into my parked vehicle. And then I told my mom, call the police, call the police. So they called. By the time the police showed up, and then the police showed up, and then because and then the guy started like standing on the hood, trying to like jumping to unhook, and he couldn't unhook it. And then and then we were on vacation. This is a vacation that we're over there visiting, and we're there only there for like, I think we were there for maybe a week or longer. And then the cop gets there, and then I'm like this guy, and then I guess one of his friends that was with him. As soon as we said that the cops were coming, he like booked it. He's like, I'm out of here, and he couldn't take off because it was his vehicle. His registration was going to tell the cops who it was, and it would have kind of been almost like a hit and run, because he would have left the scene. So it was basically an accident only. So the cops got there, and then he's all like, well, he goes, do you have insurance? And then I guess I think the guy did have insurance, but I think he might have only had like liability or something. And then so I'm like, hey, well, and then he tried to tell the cops that I ran into him, and I'm like, look, I'm already upstairs asleep. The vehicle was just parked. this guy comes and I don't know what the heck he's on, and he runs into the back of my car, and then he starts jumping on it because he's trying to unhook it because it's stuck. He can't get out. That's the only reason. That's the only reason I got him, because he couldn't unhook the vehicle. He was like, it was funny, and I'm like, hey, you're gonna rip the bumper off the back of my Toyota, and it's like, no. And then they're like, oh, yeah, there's no damage. Oh, yeah, you ripped a part of the bottom of the bumper because it's rubber. Cars, they're all, it's like fiberglass. Underneath there's underneath the bumper, it has like a foam, hard foam, and then that once it's like a crunch thing. So once it gets crunched, you have to replace that. And then they had to replace the whole bumper because those you can't bundle that. So it was like $700, the to fix it, because they order the part, they had to install both parts, then they have to paint it because it doesn't come the color. It only comes, like a gray color, because it's for any Corolla for that year, and I forget how many years it covers. So then I go, well, I'm not from here. I'm like, I live somewhere else. I go, I'm just down here for vacation, and this guy runs into me. So I just, got his information, let my insurance handle it, so they took care of it. But I mean, it was hilarious. This guy's like, you ran into me. I'm like, what? You ran into a parked car, and you're telling the cops that I ran into you? I backed into you? I'm like, there was nobody in the car when you ran into it. I was upstairs. Oh, well, he's all like, yeah. I'm like, and the cop was nice about it because he even told him, he goes, look, give him your information and everything, And then I told him, I go, I don't have a problem as long as I get his information, let my insurance take care of it, and that's it. I don't have to worry about it. And I mean, and the cop was nice. He's lucky because if the cop would have really got involved and then checked him out and did a drug, like a see what he's on and stuff. But since the cop, when they got there, he wasn't in the vehicle, he wasn't driving it. He had already gotten out of it and it was already off. No keys. See, that's the thing. No keys and this and that. So, the only thing is he couldn't get out. He couldn't get, he's trying to say that it was my fault. I go, no, it was your fault, dude. You ran into me. Yeah, he had like a bumper, like kind of like almost like those police car. It was an old car, like one of those old patrol police cars. They had those push bumpers, and it kind of got stuck almost. But I think it was just chrome, and it like went under the chrome part got stuck, so it was like locked, and it wasn't gonna go anywhere. But it was so funny that he's like, "Oh no, you did it, man." I was like, "No." Hey, how's it going? What's up, man? I'm doing good, man. Mr. Furnix, what's up, man? There's his link, everybody. Yeah, so this guy, everything was taken care of, no problem. But yeah, it was over $700 of damage, to replace the bumper, paint it, and then that new stuff underneath the bumper, the crash stuff that they had, like a foam, hard foam. But yeah, it's like, man, some people, luckily he only hit it, so hard, but he's only like, I was like, what the heck? I was like, he's like, and then one time I was working at, when this was like, I was like 16 years old. I worked as a mechanic helper, for the Border Patrol. And there was a guy there, it was me and another guy, and we used to, tear down pull transmissions out of vehicles, Border Patrol guys damaged, because they chase people and they're in off road and they're driving a sedan, they're low to the ground, and then there's rocks all over the place. So they crashed into a big rock on the ground, and it made a big hole in the side of the transmission. So we had to pull the transmission and get a new one put in. So we had the car up on jack stands, 4 jack stands, and the the mechanic, he's all like, "Hey, here." He gave me another tag for another vehicle, and then I read what was wrong with it, and it said no brakes. So I'm like, okay, no brakes. I'm like, oh shoot, I'm like, wonder what's going on. So I get in it, and I turned it on. I step on the brakes. The pedal was good. Step on the brakes again. Pedal was good. Put it in reverse, and then I'm have the brakes on and let off the brakes a little bit. Step on the brakes, and it stops me. And then I go back a little bit more, and it stops me. Oh, okay, so then I get out of the spot where it was parked, and it's like a little parking lot. And it has like a, you would it had like a horseshoe, well, like an oval kind of parking lot, cars all over. So then I'm like, okay, then I start going forward. I put it in drive, and then I'll start going forward. Then I'm right. I'm coming to the end of the where it's dead end, so you got to turn to come back to the shop. So then I'm coming. I step on the brakes, and all of a sudden I step on and the pedal just like boom all the way to the floorboard. I mean, no brakes at all. I'm like, oh shit! I'm like, damn, I'm gonna crash. And then I'm like, so I'm going around real slow. Good thing I was in. I'm not gonna go fast, because the thing says no brakes. So I'm going around, and then there's two patrol cars there, but then there's an open space in the middle. So I just go aim it right to that, and there's of course a sidewalk in front. So then I'm aiming it to there, and then I slam on the emergency brake with my foot. That's gonna grab, if the hydraulics don't work, that's cable. It's gonna stop, but it doesn't stop as fast. So it just boom, and it like before I hit the sidewalk, it just boom, stopped. And I'm like, oh man, I'm like, this thing, and I put it in park, and I'm like, I go tell the guy, the mechanic, going, you know what, that thing doesn't have brakes. I mean, I'm not driving over here because I'm gonna end up hitting something, crashing into something. Yeah, he's all like, this guy's all, yeah, what the hell, he was in the Korean War, this guy, he was a stubborn old man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Give me the keys. Give me the keys. And then I go, I'm telling you, it has no brakes. They went all the way to the floorboard, And then what is he gonna do? He's gonna do the same thing I did. So he gets in the car, and he starts it up. He starts it up, just like I did, And he's, and I'm over here with the other guy, And I told the other guy, hey, because he was underneath the car, we were doing the transmission, we pulled it out. And I told him, hey, you know what, get out of that underneath there, because this guy's he's gonna crash. Nah, he's not gonna crash. I'm telling you, dude. He's gonna think that he has brakes, because that's what I thought, and then all of a sudden I had no brakes. So he I'm like, and I told him, I go, get away completely, let's go to this, away from where he's gonna be coming, because though his attitude, that's the way it was. And then he gets in the car, and the same thing, steps on the brakes. Of course they work, just like when I did it. Then he did it again probably, and yeah, they work. So what does he do? As soon as he's probably, this guy's an idiot. No brakes. So what does he do? He doesn't come slow. He's like going at least, the parking lot's only 10 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour in there supposedly. He's going at least 10 miles an hour. And then guess what? He's coming like straight at the car that's up on 4 jack stands. And he like, he didn't stop because, of course, no brakes. He hits the pedal. And he has the window down. He's all like, he's all like screaming, get out of the way. And he like, boom, hits the right underneath the other car. And then the other car, he knocks the car off the jack stands, and the car lands on the other car. And yeah, it was like, he's all like, shit. After that, he gets out, like, he puts it in park, and he gets out, and he's all like, he is all pissed. He's like, oh shit, now I got to do paperwork, man. Oh man, damn accident. And I go, I told you no brakes, but you didn't want to believe me. Like, and he's all like, yeah, whatever. What? He didn't want to hear it. But it was so funny. He's like, oh, like, oh man, I wish I had a. That would have been a great video. Back then, this was back in like in the 70s. I mean, I was like, it would have been great. Yeah, get your camera out, man. This is gonna be one of those viral videos. There wasn't even YouTube back then, but I mean, it would have been like one of those, like, the funniest videos on TV. Could have sent that in and like, yeah, look at this. But we probably couldn't have done, if we would have did a video there. We would have got in trouble anyways, because it's a federal area. You can't really use videotape in there. They had cameras there, but I mean, it was, and I was like, oh man, it was funny, man. It was hilarious. The car, he jacked out of the car up. And I'm like, yeah. Now we got 2 cars that gonna get repaired. Yeah, the master cylinder, I guess, was completely out, but it would kind of catch, but then it would, because it has suction cups inside the master cylinder, and then when you press it, they kind of stretch out, so it would catch the fluid. But then once you would, like, they would, like, go down, and the fluid would go over the cup, and then if you would step on it, and then basically it just boom all the way to the floor. I mean, it's a terrible feeling, man, when you have no brakes. I mean, and you're driving a car. Luckily I was driving very slow because I was cautious, because I mean, the paperwork said no brakes. And they brought it in a tow truck, probably, because the guy probably, he probably, tried to stop, and he probably put the emergency brake, and, out there in the field, of course, there's a lot of open road, probably stopped it in time, called a tow truck, had it towed in. But it was hilarious, man. I was like, man, I told the guy, see, I told you, man. Imagine if he would have been under there. He would have been crushed. Yeah, he would have been crushed. Yeah, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, I told you. I told the guy, hey, I told you that it had no brakes. That I tried, and it was like, no brakes, no brakes. Yep, that's what the paperwork said. No brakes. So always believe what the paperwork says. Hey, that's good. Thanks for coming in, man. Hit the like button. Yeah, so that was funny. And then I only worked there like a couple of months. It was a after school, where you get paid. The It was a program, from high school. But yeah, I mean, the guy, and then this is the sad story about this. The guy that I used to work with at that shop, I saw him that day, and it was I think on a Friday. And then I didn't see him. I didn't see him that day. I mean, why? I mean, he was real young too. He was in high school, and on the weekend he went with his cousins. He went to some, like, game, where they have video games and stuff like that, and they also have like pool tables. Well, what happened is this guy, like, went in there, and then he accidentally bumped into somebody. Like, he was like, he was playing pool, and then he told me, oh, you know what? Hey, I'm sorry. And the guy goes, oh, don't worry about it. But then he should have worried about it, because this guy wasn't no angel that he ran into. It pretty much. So what this guy did is, this guy was waiting for him outside. So when he came out of that place, this guy went behind him, and he stabbed him. This guy was a coward. He stabbed him from behind, and he stabbed him in the kidney, in one of his kidneys. He stabbed him like a couple of times. So and they were and he kept and because he had other guys with him, so he took off. He took off running, and he just the thing is he would have if he would have went somewhere where somebody would have found him, he would have survived. But he was hiding from him, and the thing is he didn't know how bad he was stabbed, you know, because when you have when you get scared, you have an adrenaline rush. So he ran. He like took off running. He was jumping fences and yards and stuff like that, and he was hiding somewhere, because these guys were chasing him, and so he was like all of a sudden, he ended up dying. He bled to death. Some lady found him the next morning in her backyard, and he was just laying there dead. He bled out because he was scared. He was hiding. He was trying to hide, and he didn't. When you're he's bleeding out, but he doesn't know, and he felt probably you start getting like once you start losing a certain amount of blood, and then this was at nighttime, so he couldn't really see that he was bleeding. He just thought he thought that the guy just hit him, like punched him or something in the back. So that's how bad how he didn't think he was that bad. So he bled out, and then I like on Monday when I went to work, I asked, I go, hey, where's what's his name, and he's all like, oh, he's dead. I'm like, what? I'm like, I just saw him Friday. What the heck happened? And I guess this happened on the weekend. I think it was I don't know if it was on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday, because on Sunday they found him. So they found his body on Sunday, and so it was like, oh man, and he was in high school, you know, so he was in high school, and his short life, man. But that's the thing, man. You never know, man. When you run into people, and you figure, it's just you know, an accident. I mean, he didn't hurt him or anything. He just kind of like bumped him by accident. I mean, he didn't just like go out f you or said anything bad. He just he told him, hey, I'm sorry. Oh, and the guy's all like, oh, don't worry about it, man. You're okay. Yeah, you're okay. But I guess I don't know if his buddies kind of later on, oh, you're gonna let you know how some people are, they coast, because I mean this guy was a coward. He didn't even you know face to face. He came from behind and he stabbed them. You know, you know, it's kind of like in the old westerns, the coward person, shoots you in the back. That's pretty much what the guy did. I mean, he just stabbed the guy. And I don't remember if they found out who the person was. You know, and then I know other people that were there with him. Yeah, man, I don't know what happened, man. Because he left, and they thought he was okay. And because he had said, hey, see you tomorrow. You know, you know, see you on Monday in school, but never came to school, man. And then on Monday when I went to work, I asked, hey, oh no, man, he's dead. So we ended up going to his funeral. It was like, oh man, I'm like, people are, that guy, he wasn't man enough to use, hey, you want to fight, well, fist, or hey, at least face to face. Now you come from behind, stab him a couple of times. I don't know if it was a ice pick. It might have been an ice pick. I mean, or it was a real thin blade. But yeah, he bled out. He didn't even know he was that bad injured. You know. Hey, Anthony, what's up, man? What you doing, man? You doing anything today, Anthony? Yeah, there's the link, man. yeah, so that was a sad thing, you know. The guy, he was only like 16, you know, but you never know, man. You know, your life can end any time. But yeah, so that was a sad one there. I remember when we were in high school, uh, some guy some guy he got mad at some other guy, and he's like, oh yeah, well he said he was gonna stab him, and he did. Back in school, we had welding classes. I don't know if you ever used those welder, where you're like electric welder, and it's a rod, a steel rod. And so one of the guys, he sharpened up one of those, put a put a point on it, and then on when during like when we went from classroom to classroom, he went up to the guy and he stabbed him, and he ended up puncturing the guy's lung. And and the thing is, and this was back in the 70s. So once he did that, then people knew who did it, but nobody was gonna say anything because he had because he was a homeboy. He had a lot of homies. That if you said something, you're gonna get the same thing. You know. So this guy did that, and then the police went over to the because the guy survived. He ended up in the hospital. But then they went and questioned him. Hey, do you know who did this? He's all like, no, no, I don't know who did it. He knew who did it, but he wasn't gonna finger him because he got threatened. They threatened him and his family, and they said if you even say who did it, your whole family is going down. So he never, guy got his revenge, stabbed him. That's it. That's as far as it went. But if he wanted to move anything, like any finger him or anything like that, so he didn't. He never fingered him. So the guy got away with it. But then that same guy, one day I heard he was he was in town at a gas station, and somebody from another town, because back in the 70s, hey vato, you're all like, que barrio, where you from, ese, and this and that, and where you at, where you from. So then this guy, he got some guy in the bathroom, and he stabbed this guy in the bathroom, and that time he killed him. He killed the guy. So this guy ended up getting locked up for that one, because there was witnesses, and they did arrest him. But he ended up going to jail, and well, his nickname was Killer. You know, I mean, I don't know. And then he was in high school too. I mean, when he did the other one, this one I think he was already out of high school. I think he was maybe over the age of 18, but he ended up going to jail for that one. But I mean, hey, you never know. You know, it's like, I mean, I had friends that were homies. I remember one time we this the I was there with with two other friends. It was four of us, and this other guy, and this one guy. His name reminds me from the movie. Puppet. Why you do this to me, puppet? And there was this one guy. He came up. He drove up. He was a friend of ours, but he wasn't from our town. He was from another. I think he was from up north, from LA area. So this guy, I mean, my homies, they're like, hey, what, que barrio, where you from? Is it? If the guy would have said, hey, I'm not from here, I don't want no problems, I'm from LA, it would have been it. But this guy's all like he tried to be all tough guy, like, hey, I'm from Los Angeles, like from Los Ese, like, oh shit. And I told him, you shouldn't have done that, dude. He was a friend of mine. I told him, you don't do that here, dude. You're disrespecting him. So then one of these guys, two of the guys started jumping him. We didn't kill him. They just beat him up. They punched him a bunch of times, bloody lip, and they told him, "Don't you disrespect our barrio," And that's what happens. You don't if you want to act, good. They're cool about it. And then I remember one time it was in high school, and then it was PE. We got dressed up. We're gonna go get go get dressed for PE, and then one of the homies comes, and I think his name was Buzzard, and then, hey, what are you doing, Buzzard? And then he started taking off his belt. He started taking off his belt. Had a big belt buckle, and then this one guy was like right there, and then all of a sudden started swinging at him with the belt, and boom, boom, like him and this other guy started kicking him, and he started swinging with the belt, and this no teachers around, of course, and then they stopped, and then I go, hey, what's up, man? What's going on? Why you guys jumped him? He goes, oh, no problem, man. We're just practicing on him. I'm like, what? They were just practicing on him because they were gonna jump somebody else. They're just testing their weapons. Oh man. And then I remember in our neighborhood and where we lived, there was this one guy, and he was kind of thin, but he knew how. He was a good boxer, and he could take down anybody. I mean, I remember when he was in high school, there was like football players bigger than him, and he just like knocked them out like nothing, beat him up. And then one time, they I guess this one guy came down from up north, and it was like, they the thing is, he did the same thing. He if he would have said, you know, I'm down here from over there, I'm visiting my cousin, there's respect, and but no, this guy, he tried to be all tough because his cousin also was a gangbanger too, you know, but he was from we were from the west side, they were from the east side, and it was so funny because they're like they come and hit up, hey, like, why'd you beat up my cousin? I said, he's visiting, man. And he's like, hey, well, if he would have said something, but he tried to he mouthed it off, like try to be a big shot, I'm from LA, and this and that, and thinking that they're gonna respect him, but you didn't tell him who you were, it's like, and then so then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, we just, he goes, hey, you did respect, man. He didn't stab him or anything. He just beat him up with his fist, gave him a bloody lip, so made him look bad, I guess. And then so then all of a sudden it was the east side against the west side. So and then there was a park right where I used to live in the west side, and then there was like a where they kind of like, if you throw a party, there's like a little circle with a little roof, and it had like a little stage area. And so then the all the homies were there. All the west side was there waiting because the east side was going to come, and they were gonna supposedly we're gonna throw blows. And then the thing is, they Yeah, because I was like where I lived, I could see that from my house, and I was like, what the heck's going on, because there was a lot of homies over there gathering. I'm like, something's gonna go down. And then all of a sudden you start seeing, because word starts spreading that there's gonna be a big gang war, against East Side and West Side. So then all of a sudden the East Side the East Side hadn't showed up, but the West Side was there waiting. They had sticks and bats and chains or whatever, but they had them like in a trash can, like hiding. But then all of a sudden here comes the PD and the sheriffs and even immigration, and they start harassing them. Hey, what are you guys doing? This and that, and they're like, oh, we're not doing nothing. We're just having a little meeting. We're because they're not it's a what do you call it, a club. They used to call it a club back then. Oh, it's just a club where we're just talking. So then the cops, they start searching everybody, and of course nobody's carrying anything because everything's in the trash can. So the cops start checking everybody's ID, see if anybody has any warrants and stuff like that. And everybody was kind of pretty clean at that time. And they're not doing anything, so they can't. But then the cops, they find their stash of all their stuff. So the cops confiscate everything. You know, they confiscate everything, and they're like, and then they take off. And they're like, you leave them without anything. And then a couple minutes later, here comes the East Side. Of course, they're all like, got their stuff with them. They come with their low riders and everything, and they start, you know, they start fighting and stuff. But they didn't back down. They'll fight them and take away their stuff and use it on them. But yeah, and then after that, they kind of made peace. They're like, okay, because I mean, when I remember when they go to the fairs, they would always walk around the whole group with like about 100 over 100 guys walking in the fairgrounds, and they're like just walking, and then you have other towns, local towns, they're like, they see them, they're like, oh, they kind of hide, like they don't want to mess, because we were more united, our town was more united than other towns, the East Side, West Side. They were always feuding, so they didn't really have. And then it was in our town, they were all together. So when they would go to the fair, they would always everybody would show up, and they would, nobody would mess with them. And then the sheriffs, they would just basically just walk behind them, like you had two sheriffs walking behind them, just keeping an eye on them, and then all of us, fights would break out in the parking lots at the end of the fair. It was the usual things always happening. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of crazy back then. Hey, laying around there, Anthony, not doing too much, huh? Well, you're just relaxing, killing some StreamYard time. I think I have like 6 hours left for the month. So I figured that why not go on StreamYard, use it. I'm gonna lose it anyway, so might as well use it. So Anthony, you still got anything on your no videos yet, huh? Oh, so Anthony, did you ever get that snake yet? that you were gonna get? I know you already moved in. You moved into your house, didn't you already? You still here? Let's see. Benji sent me a message. See, I'm locked out of my YouTube account until I get a new phone. Hey, maybe he's gonna get a new phone now. He'll be able to won't have a phone die. He should have got a laptop. Is what he should have got. One of those cheap ones, so you can go on YouTube and go on lives easier. Benji. So I guess he's out of the YouTube for a while until he gets his phone. He says. I was wondering why I hadn't seen him anywhere. I think I've only seen him on IG. Yep. But yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, I remember. Back when we used to go trick or treating. Back when they used to give real candy bars. Back in the 70s, the full size candy bars. I mean, we used to go, like a group of us, go hit all the houses. I mean, we would be all night. I mean, we would take a back then we would take a pillowcase. Man, that pillowcase used to get full like halfways. You know, we used to fill it up because they used to have those full size candy bars. Yeah, that was the good times. Yeah, we used to go out at nighttime and spend like an hour or more, hit all the neighborhoods. You know, and then they wouldn't just give you one; they'd give you two. Some of the places. I guess everybody's at Sherry's live. We got JJ. We got JJ, Shirley, Isaac, Rodriguez, Reptiles. Yep. I guess that's why everybody's over there. Nobody else. Nobody else over here. Okay, that's okay. So let's see who else is in here. Anybody else in here? Been on for 3 hours. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, everybody's at Shirley's. That's why. Alrighty. Yep. So okie dokie. Yep, yep, yep. Gotta get some more water. Yeah, so let me see here. Be right back. Don't go away, anybody. Let's see who's in here. Who's in here? Hey, hello. How's it going? FC, how's it going? How you doing? Yep. I see you don't have no videos. You only have 4 subscribers. Soames Life in the UK. Hello, where are you from? From Thailand. Oh, welcome. Virtual hug. Yes, you too. How you doing over there? It's a different here it's only, let's see, what time is it? 10:47, and it's Wednesday. I guess over there it's probably already Thursday, huh? What is it, morning or afternoon over there? Here, just killing time, day off. Use up some of my StreamYard time. End of the month. Thursday, huh? Thursday at the morning. Mm, that's good. Yeah, here it's in California, USA. Thailand, beautiful country. My son went over there for, I think it was his honeymoon. Beautiful. They have beautiful water over there, I believe. I know some of the pictures I saw. It was like beautiful, the country. I think he visited a bunch of. There's a lot of little islands in Thailand. I think he flew from one to another. Usually we have more people in here, but not today. I guess everybody's busy today. Is this your main channel or you have another channel? Yeah, because I've had people in here from Indonesia, the Philippines, from Spain, Brazil, Canada, the UK. I visited your channel. Probably it looks familiar, but so you didn't come in. Why didn't you come in with your channel? That way I can share the link with everybody. Yeah, because I'm not subscribed to this channel. You don't, and then you don't have any videos, so you know how YouTube is. As soon as you subscribe, and if you don't There's nothing to. If there's no channel, no videos, then YouTube it'll remove you for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, because I remember it looks familiar. FC. Yeah, because I visit a lot of channels. Hmm. FC. Well, there's everybody. Everybody, that's his link to his channel. This one, Soms Life. Soms Life. Oh, okay. Yes, I remember going to your channel, but you put UK on it. But you're in Thailand, or are you in the UK? Well, I see that you put UK because you wanted to get people from the UK to subscribe to your channel. Oh, you're almost there, man. You're 956. Do you go to James Skype? He helps out channels. I think that might be where I got your channel from. Either James Skype or also I go visit also some Filipino channels. They I follow like Tita and the other one is Zida, and I forget the other one. There was another one. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So but you're in England right now. So you're in England right now? Oh, that's you. So what time is it over there right now? You said it's yeah, because I think you're only ahead by a couple hours. I think. What is it? So it's probably like 6, 7 in the morning over there, probably. Yeah, I think I did go to. Yeah, I did visit your channel. Yeah, I saw some where you had some shorts like leaves in the water or something. Yeah, now I remember. Virginia Fruit Growers. Hey, how's it going, Virginia? How's it going? Yes, I'm subscribed to Virginia too. Here's her. Here's her link. There's Virginia's link. Good. Yeah, me too. Yeah, 7 a.m. over in the UK right now. So are you working in the UK? That's good. Or visiting. And Virginia, are you from Virginia, US? Virginia growers. Let me see that sounds familiar. Let's see who you have on your US. Yes. All right, FC. You have a good one. Go back to work. Nice meeting you too. Bye. You too, man. Take care of yourself. Virginia Beach. All right. I've heard of that before. How's it going? Quiet night tonight. But I got hours to kill. Free. Might as well use them up. Use them or lose them, as they say. Yeah, and don't forget to hit the like button, everybody. Like and share. Check out other people's channels. Yeah, I have all my channels. They're all there wherever I follow. I have people, like the people that do the farming, fishing community, the magnets, people magnet fishing. Yes, I know. All right, you have a good one too. Thanks for stopping by. I will make sure I visit your channels again. Thank you. You have a good one. It's asleep. Let's see how this one's doing. It's also asleep. My fault, not yours. It's at my end. Had Hey, happy. Hi. Hello, Annie. There, there's the link in case if anybody wants to come up and chat a bit. You're welcome if you want. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I forgot I muted it for a second. How's everybody today? You guys going to work or day off? My day off today and tomorrow. Sounds better now? Yeah, my jumping spiders are looking at them right now, and I got some more videos coming out that I did a while back, and then that's that tarantula that I at work that I've been feeding and stuff. I fed it some of those mealworms. I fed it like 4 mealworms. I was hoping I can get it to come out, and I could see its legs, but it never came out and ate them. They just, I put them in his web there at the entrance, and then I guess later on that day at nighttime he grabbed them and had a good meal. And I don't know if it's a girl or not, that spider, because the thing is, it closed up its entrance with webs. That last video I put out, it closed. If you can see now, you can't see the hole because he grabbed a bunch of rocks and then webs, and now it's all blocked off. So maybe we're gonna have babies. Yeah, it'd be great if I see babies also, coming out of the hole, other than just that tarantula. Got to get video of that too. Hopefully, that'll be great. Because there was another tarantula a while, like a couple months back when I first saw them. They were it was a male and it was walking around looking for a female, and it was in the same area that one was. So I don't know. Maybe it did go over there and take care of business. Hopefully, but then I never saw that one again. That male. So maybe it became lunch. You're at work. That's no problem. Happy. That's good. And probably Annie probably going to work or taking her kid to school, or who knows. I know last time Leah, when I was up late like this, she was getting all. I guess she's takes care of all the kids, go and get them all to school from the neighborhood, and her kids too. Yeah, so we'll see if we get babies. If we get babies, that'll be good. They don't have a lot of tarantulas out there then. Yeah, getting the kids ready and stuff. Yeah, yeah. So we'll see. I mean, it's been the thing is, how usually I it's been times where he webs up the entrance and closes it off for like maybe just for the day, and then it opens it up and it goes out to eat. But then this time it like really closed off. I mean, it put rocks and everything in web. So maybe, because I mean, it's been over a week like that. So we'll see if next week when I go to work, I'll check again. If the rocks are still there, then that means maybe I don't know how long it's gonna be. Let me see. When was the first time I saw those tarantulas? I would have to check on my videos when I first saw it, or check on my Instagram, because yeah, I posted some videos or look at the pictures. Yeah, it takes a lot. Happy. Let me post I'm gonna post your link so that way, in case anybody comes in, they can check it out. Check out your channel too. Let's see. Let's get Annie's channel on here too. Yeah, I saw that Annie finally did a live. She did good. She did good on her live. Let's get Annie's. No problem, you can. No problem, Happy. That's what it's all about, man. Helping each other grow. Moments with Vanessa. What's up? How's it going? What's up? What's up, Vanessa? There's her link. Yeah, I'm good, Vanessa. Got good news today. My AC guy found me an AC, so that'll be coming in, getting installed here sometime this week. I was getting worried there because he had called me and said, "Oh, I can't find an AC. Nobody has one." I was like, "Oh man, if my AC goes out this summer, I'm gonna be in hot because it gets about 100, 120 degrees in summertime here." So I was like, "Oof!" I'm like, now he should be putting it in a week or so. So before the heat comes. So how you doing, Vanessa? No, I'm in California. Hey, D4J, how's it going, man? Welcome, welcome. Don't forget to hit the like button. Let's see, get his channel up there. Welcome, man. From the Philippines, from the future. It's another day over there already. Where I live, yes, desert area. Yeah, we get 100 and 120. Pretty much it starts up like we've been lucky. We've been lucky the last two couple of years. I mean, it was always after May, like Mother's Day, like after the 10th of May, man, it's like over 100 degrees. And, and then in the wintertime, it's nice. I mean, it gets cold too. It gets up to like 20, like it's been as low as 28 degrees, you know. Where are you located at, Vanessa? Hey, far out. What's up, man? Hey, far out. You busy or you doing something? If you're not busy, man, there's the link. There's the link if you want to come up there far out. Oh, they were good. They were good. The carnitas. I still have some. I put some in the freezer, but yeah, they were good. Yeah, and I got the pork butt was on special for like 99 cents a pound. So yeah, I think it was like 20 pounds. But without the bone, it probably ended up like 15. You know, but hey, were they? Yeah, I still got some left. Yes, yo hablo bien español. ¿Cómo estás? Don't I look Hispanic? Uh, yeah, no problem, man. I know you're in California too, man. You working? You're working tomorrow, man. I'm off. That's why I'm here up late, man. It's 11:30 right now. 11:30 right now. So I'll probably be on here maybe a couple more hours, or let me see, what is it? I've been on here for 3 hours, and I had like 6 hours left, I think, on Streamyard. So I figured might as well use them or lose them. Kill some time. Oh yes, I love tacos al pastor. Yeah, we used to have it, but then after after the pandemic, I haven't gotten to eat any out. I mean now, I've done them. I've made them myself. I've made tacos al pastor too. I got a recipe from the internet and kind of tweaked it here and there, but they came out good. They were just a little. I think they were just a little too sweet, a little too much sweet. I used pineapple juice, but I hear you can use either orange juice or mango juice for you know for the flavor. And then there's like, I think it's like three different chiles, but I've made that before. I usually marinate the meat and then for a day, and then I cook it. I got a wok, and I cook it in the wok. Like, because I don't have one of those grilled spigots. So basically, just cook it in the wok slowly. And, hey, they come out good. Hey, Oregon, how's it going, man? Yeah, basically, it's just there's there you might, if you go to like any Mexican store, there's like a it's like a paste that it's the chile. It's a paste. You use that, and then you use another kind of chile, and you blend it in a blender, and then you just pour it over the meat, let it marinate in the fridge. You can use any kind of pork. You know, you can use like pork chops. The ones without bones. You can get the cheaper ones, like the ones, because I used to go to this market, and they had like the steaks. They call them pork steaks, and they used to make it out of they used to put that adobe, the al pastor stuff on it, and I would buy them, and they had a little bit of bone in it, so I would just cut the bone out, and then I would cut them into little pieces, and then I would cook it in my wok, and oh man, they're like just like the al pastor at the restaurants, and even better sometimes. Some places they don't know, they either like too dry, or what happens is they make them, and since they don't sell them, they save them, and then they reuse them, which is not good, but some places do that too. Hey, Retro, let me get your link here. How's it going, man? Yeah, the adobe is what it is. And I made them one time, and then basically you can use pineapple juice. I did pineapple juice, but then I used to go to this other market where they used to make the mix, and the guy told me, he goes, "Yeah, look, he uses mango juice, and they tasted decent." But then he would, I don't know what they would mess up, and they would put too much salt. See, that's the thing. If you put too much salt, then they get, oh my god, you mess up the whole thing. I mean, you don't need that much salt in it because you have all the those things. But you could look up a recipe of al pastor, and then kind of, I forget the other chiles that they use. But it's just up to your taste. You can tweak it a bit. Use different kind of chiles. Because you want something hot. I mean, I even threw some like chiles del árbol, in the blender with the stuff, just to give it a little kick, to make it hotter if you like heat, but then still sweet. It'll give you both, and hey, you can make your own. And I mean, hey, believe me, it's worth it. It's worth it. I mean, I mean, I do them in the wok after I cut them into like little like little pieces, nice size, and then just put them in the wok, slowly cook them. It'll start, like the juice and everything, and then you want to keep until it like the juice starts reducing, you know, because then you don't want them dry. You don't want dry meat. So and then just and I usually leave the juice in there, and then you can get the meat with one of those spoons that has holes in it. That way you don't get all that juice, but it'll still be a juicy piece of meat. Well, I've had some bad al pastor, believe me. I mean, I, I mean, me and my wife, we used to go to different restaurants and around where we live, and then we're like, oh, I mean, one time, I don't know if you ever, if you're Mexican, everybody knows there's this powder chile. They call it like Aguila del Aguila. It's got like a big eagle on it, and it's powder. I went to one I went to one restaurant, and they were like dry. They were dry. Like, I'm like, damn, what the heck? I ordered some tacos. I go, yeah, let me try because they had tacos al pastor supposedly. And so I tried them, and they were like, oh man, because there's different tastes, where like there's because see, they don't call them al pastor in some places. They're called adobado. The ones that say adobado has a completely different taste than al pastor ones, because I've eaten like in Tecate, like over there, and in that area they're completely different. It's in part of Mexico, but it's Tecate. It's not like Tijuana or Mexicali or but and they were completely different taste. I mean, everybody has their own recipe. They'll call them adobado, or they call them al pastor. But even some al pastor, there's there, it just depends. They use usually the ones with the spigot. They put a pineapple under. They use pineapple juice. But like I said, I've had the ones with mango or orange juice, and they're good too. It's what do I can't say the name. How the pineapple juice is real acidic. That's what helps marinate the meat, but then gives it that little sweetness. But then the chile, so anything sweet and hot, it'll be hotter. Like I bought a habanero sauce one time, and it was strawberry with habanero, and you would think it wasn't hot because you would taste the strawberry taste, and then all of a sudden, boom, it would hit you. But it was a good taste. I mean, yeah, yeah. You just gotta tweak it, But like I said, there's a paste. It's a paste that it's called, the adobe paste. You got to use that, and there's some other chiles that just look up on the internet, al pastor, and can find there's a lot of, but then you gotta tweak them around. It's just like making tamales. I found a recipe and then they got all this other stuff. I mean, I don't like tamales with a bunch of stuff in them. I usually just use pork and that's it. I don't put no carrots. I mean, there's people put put papas and they put olives and all this other stuff. They make beef. I mean, I've made beef tamales. I've made pork tamales. I've made with chile. The rajitas, the chile with cheese in them. Those I've made strawberry tamales also. Those are good if you like strawberry cake. Oh man, can't. It's like eating strawberry cake, but it's a tamal. Hey, I love food because I mean, I love cooking food. And my grandmother, she used to cook all the time, and I was always in the kitchen nosy. She would make cakes, donuts. She used to make buñuelos. I mean, she used to all the time. I remember when she was with the senior citizens. She's like, "Come on, andale, mijo. We're gonna deliver some of these buñuelos or donuts, to the senior citizens, so that way they can get their diabetes better." But yeah, I mean, she was always, she would any recipe, she would either tweak it the same way. She would always make it her own. She used to make. I mean, I learned how to make cheesecakes, apple pies. Different things. I mean, I can get a recipe and then if I don't like something on it, I'll take it out, or put or add a little twist to it, whatever. It's simple. You just have to experiment. I mean, hey, I mean, kitchen. I love cooking. Different dishes. I mean, like the carnitas are easy. I mean, you can put them in the oven. I don't have a. I wish I had one of those things. You can. My uncle had one of those big pots. Those made out of copper. Where he made the carnitas and those are the good ones. I mean, mine. I mean, they're decent enough. I mean, for what you pay right now, if you go any store right now and get like carnitas, you're gonna be paying at least $8 a pound cooked carnitas. You know, a pound. I made I made. I mean, I think the package said 20 pounds because it was two big butts, and then I just cut out the bones out of them. And then they were 99 cents a pound. So you're talking, $20 of meat. You know, where if you get the other one, it's like what 7.99, 8 and 8 16, two less than 2.5 pounds. I had about 15 pounds of carnitas. And you add, basically it's just salt. There's also recipes out there for carnitas too. They add that soda, a can of soda, to make them. I mean, when you used to go eat carnitas, in Mexico, they're basically just salt. It's just the flavor of the meat of the pork. It just, with all the fat. Hey man, it gives it flavor. Salt, I put salt. Sometimes I put salt and a little bit of pepper, and a little bit of garlic powder. But and they're not that hard to make, man. People just have to tweak it a bit. Yeah, man, the carnitas, man. No, I'm from the United States, man. But I mean, my mom's from Mexico. You know, but she's American citizen. But I mean, she was from like Jalisco. You know, my grandma, she was part Indian also. You know, she was dark complexion when she married my grandfather, which was my dad's. That this is my grandma from my dad's side, and she used to she was like so dark that when my grandfather went to the theaters, you know, to the cines as they say back then, they wouldn't let her in because they would say, oh no, they were prejudiced back then, oh, blacks aren't allowed, and she wasn't black. I mean, she was Indian, but people are they go by the color of the skin. She was real in morena, you know. But yeah, I mean, she loved. Too bad she died in her 70s. Cancer. She had stomach cancer. But I mean, she would. I mean, she used to sew also. She's the one that sewed my mom's wedding gown. She made it. I mean that's the kind of person she was. She could do anything. I mean, she would knit. She even showed me how to knit. I mean, I mean that was back in the day. I mean, she used to buy all these different gadgets. Any new gadget that came out of knitting. There was this one that you would just push, pull, push, pull. I think you can still see it in those infomercials. It's like, and it supposedly was so good that you could even use a scissor and cut it, and it wouldn't unravel. You know, but yeah, it was like crazy. The things she would always buy, and then she'd always buy these books like for herbs and for like in your hand, like it hurts, something hurts, you would rub your hand or the bottom of your feet, and it did work. I mean, I don't know. I mean, she had a gift because I mean I remember like if I had a headache, man, she would just go, look, come here, and then she would put her hands and it would just like they would get like hot, like like almost like a heater, and the headache would go away. It was like, she was, I guess she was gifted. I have, you know, but she was always cooking, sewing. I mean, and she used to take care of foster kids, and one of the foster kids that went to school with me, that we were in high school, he took home economics, and then one of the projects that you had to do, you had to make a shirt, not a t-shirt, a shirt, with buttons and everything. And my grandma showed him, and he got an A in the class for that. I mean, he made a white t-shirt. You had to cut it and everything, and that's the hardest thing because they said that's the hardest thing to do. If you can sew and make a shirt, you can do anything because there's so many pieces. The collar is one piece, the each arm is one piece, the cuff, if you look at a shirt, it's all in pieces, and then you got the one side, then you got the other side, and then you got the back is the only one that's like one piece, but everything else is separate, and it had to be and it was a long sleeve shirt that he made. And the teacher like, oh, she gave him an A+ because he goes, did you do this? He goes, yeah, yeah. And my grandmother, all she did just told him what to do, the sewing machine. Then you had to do the eye, for the buttons, because you have to, with the sewing machine, it has a gadget, and she had all that because she had a sewing machine, and she showed him, hey, this, do this, and yeah, he made a t-shirt. I mean, a shirt, with collar and everything. I mean, it was like, hey, she could teach you anything. I mean, she made tamales. I mean, we used to eat tamales so much, man. I got sick of them. I was like, no more tamales. I mean, I felt like nauseous just smelling them because I had so much. Because she would start making tamales. I remember back then. Let's see, she would start like right after Thanksgiving. From Thanksgiving, right after we had the turkey, because she'd also make a turkey. And I remember I made my first turkey. I mean, I used to watch her do them, but I never tried. And when I got married, I told him, well, I'll make the turkey. And ever since then, oh, you got to make the turkey. You got to make the turkey because it comes out good. Okay, all right. So I would always make the turkey. Now my son, he, he's doing that now. He is. I go, hey, he likes the foods too. I'm like, hey, you have to, it's never been to me. It was never been, oh, the woman has to cook and all that. Hey, I mean, if you want to cook, you can cook. I mean, it's not going to kill you. But yeah, I mean, she used to make wedding cakes. She had a tier. She had four cakes, and then she had a big cake on the bottom, another one, and then a tiny one on top where the groom and the bride. And then she used to make the cakes and make flowers. Frosting. With frosting, you make the roses, and with food coloring. And then, like, if they had a bridal shower or for a baby shower, she would make sugar little ornaments of shoes or like babies and stuff like that. She would do all this stuff. It was amazing. She was amazing, grandma. Yeah, I mean, too bad. It's like my wife goes, man, why'd your grandma had to pass away? Because I mean, she was like, well, I mean, but I mean, she did, Hey, Scott, what's up? Scott, buddy, what's up? You going to work today? Or are you off today? Mr. Scott's Inverts. What's up, bud? Yeah, Mr. Scott's part timer. 14-hour shift today. Oh man, I know how that is, dude. I did a Sunday. I did a 12-hour shift, and the last couple of weeks I've been doing 12-hour shifts. But hey, it's good because I got to put in a new AC, and it's gonna be a good seven thousand and something dollars, man. So, but hey, I needed it, and the original, it's like 20. It was gonna be 26 years old. I gotta retire it, man. In August, it was gonna be 26 years old, man. It's almost as old as my youngest son. You did 13 years straight, man. You're gonna get rich, man. You're gonna get rich. Got to pay for all them spiders you want to get, huh? Well, I mean, you say my life is very nice. I mean, yeah, it wasn't easy. I mean, hey, I'm 60. I'm gonna be 61 this year. I mean, I had a lot of, 60 years of fun. Through school and all these other things. But I mean, hey, it's like my wife. I've known her. She's 57, and I've known her since she was 16. But then we haven't been married that many years. I think we've been married. It's gonna be, I think, almost 30 years. But I met her. We got together, and then we kind of. I moved away, and then I moved back, and I told her. I said, I'm gonna marry you, and she's all like, nah. And then I was like 9 hours away for for more than 2 years. I think it was. Let's see. I was away for about 2 years. Then I came back, and then I went away again, and then finally And I told her, you know what? I'm going to marry you. And she's like, nah, you're not. You're going to find somebody else. And I told her, no, you're the one. You're the one, you know. And we've been together since, ups and downs. Everybody has ups and downs. You just have to work at marriage, man. It's never a dull moment. If you think it's gonna be like there was somebody I forget in some live that I was in. I think she might have been in my life. Somebody was in here and that they were looking for the perfect man. And I'm like, there's no such thing as a perfect man out there, because no matter you're gonna there something is gonna annoy you, and something is, it's gonna she's gonna annoy you. You're gonna annoy her, and she's gonna annoy you. But the thing is, you always want to be, you know, the thing is, I guess I'm more. She would. I remember she used to. She wanted me to argue, and I don't argue. That's the thing. And she would get mad at me. She's like, argue. I'm like, no, you're right. I'm wrong. No, no, it's like, it's like she wanted me to, to argue, and I'm like, no, what for? I'm not gonna win. It's like, I would give her the win even before she got it, because I knew in the end she was gonna get what she wanted. I mean, that's the way it always is. Scott knows. We give in. It's like we're like, oh, I mean, why argue? People, we all have the same thing. It's always about money. Money is the biggest argument in every relationship. You don't make enough, you this and that, no matter how hard you try. But then, it's like when you're dating, it's like, oh, we're all lovey lovey, nothing bothers us, you know it's like, as they say, because it's funny, because I remember there was a saying, like, oh, you don't even want to let out air, you know but then once that's it, it's like, let out the air, and it's like, uh the honeymoon's over. but but it's so funny, because I mean, you know you just have to work at it. I mean, it's like, everybody's gonna have problems with money. And now it's even harder. It's like I tell my sons, it's not like before where just one person working, it was enough. Nah, now you can't afford it, man. It's either two, and then if you have kids, okay, what do you have to do? Oh, well, somebody has to take care of the kids, or you get a job where one works at night, the other one, you hardly see each other. It was like that. I mean, I remember my wife, she would work nights, I would work days. I would come home, take care of the kids. She would go, and then, and I remember there was an episode. I don't know if anybody remembers, the Carol. I think it was the Carol Burnett show, and she had an apartment with her husband, and then in the scene, she's getting up from bed to go to work, and then there's only one bed in the room, and in the room, the bed is like one of those little twin beds where only one person fits. Well, I mean, and they're married, and they only have that bed. One gets up, and the other one barely coming home from work, and they're like, "Oh, hi, good morning, yeah, good night," and then they give a kiss. She goes to work, and he goes to sleep. You know, and then it would show him the opposite. He's getting up, and she's showing up. It was hilarious, but sometimes that's the way it is. And the thing is, if you sometimes, when you retire, and then now you're like both together now, and you're like, oh man, it's like you're saying like, wow, now I got to put up with you more hours, it's stuff. But it's just you have to work at your relationship. I mean, my wife. I don't know if anybody knows, but she had in this last year in May, and it was in March. In March, she had a stroke, so she lost her vision. You know, everything else works, everything else perfect. It's just that she can't see, so now she needs help from either me or my son. So now we can't leave her by herself because she can still move around. I mean, if she can probably trip over something or whatever, but she can get into trouble if we leave her by herself. Like she still wants, like, oh, I want to go cook something. I'm no, 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 no more cooking for you. You just relax. She can't watch TV, but she can still listen. She can still listen to TV. So that's still good. But I mean, and then she like always telling me, oh, you don't love me. I'm like, of course I do. I mean, I've always loved you, and you know, it's like it says, till death do you part. I mean, I never believed in divorce. I mean, unless it's like if it's abusive, then it's time to get away from the person. I mean, if you're getting beat up, you know, or even not just beat up, or verbally abused, that's another thing. People abuse other people with their, just telling them, oh, you're no good, you're, this and that. I mean, that's, you know, I mean, how are you gonna feel? You come home and you start hearing that. I mean, it happens. But and those kind of relationships, sometimes, hey, you have to, if it doesn't change, it just, and then the thing is, you have to, if you have kids, don't bring the kids, don't involve the kids in your arguments. Your kids, that you're supposed to be, both parents supposed to be for the kids. You can't go like, oh, you know what, your mom, and I mean, she's the person that gave life to your kids. I can't understand people that are that way, where they're like, all of a sudden they start saying the B word, very, or the C word. Oh, your mom is this and that. Hey, you just tell the kids, look, it didn't work out between your mom and us, your mom and me, but we still love you the same. It has nothing to do with you guys. It's that was our problem. You have to tell your kids that, because the kids get affected. That's what happens. And then they try to put a, like, in between both. And then the kids, they're not that dumb. They're like, I'm gonna use this to my advantage. Make dad buy me this, make mom buy me this, or else make your life miserable. Pretty much. But then if you bring up your kids proper, they're not gonna do that. You know, I mean, you don't wanna. I mean, my older son, he's my stepson, but I still call him my son, and he calls me as his dad. And his dad would never visit him, and I told him, I don't have a problem with you visiting. You can come anytime. You're welcome. You could stay here even. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. But he's still your son. But he would, we ended up calling him Santa because he would only show up once a year if we were lucky. And then he would promise him, oh, I'm gonna go see you, and doesn't show up. I mean, you make the kid, my son would like get sad, like, yeah, don't worry about it. You know, he still loves you. Your dad still loves you, but he got busy. You know, I mean, you can't talk bad about the other person, because then they're gonna resent you, because then when they get older, it's like I told his dad. I said, you need to talk to him, because when your son gets older, he's gonna tell you go to hell. Because like my dad did the same to us. He had other. I have other step brothers and step sisters that I have never met. I mean, I've talked to one stepsister, But I mean, and then he came and like, oh, well, I made a mistake. I'm like, yeah, one is a mistake, but 3, 4, 5 kids, nah, that's not a mistake. I told my dad. But he's like trying to like asking me, oh, well, what do you think about your stepbrothers? Do you hate them? I'm like, why would I hate them? They didn't do anything to me. It's like it wasn't it wasn't their doing that. They came into this world because of you and whoever the other woman was, you know. And you were married, but you didn't care. You didn't care about hurting anybody else. And I told him, I said, well, I guess you don't love us. You stopped loving us, I guess. And I guess, he thought he was gonna just like, oh, everything's gonna be okay. I told him, I go, no. I go, you were once my dad, but not no more. I go, you just not no more. It's like the feeling is not the same. And I told my older son's dad, I said, you know what? That's the same thing that's gonna happen if you don't if you don't talk to your son and explain and not wait to like go when like 10 years from now, you know, and say, oh, by the way, you have other brothers and sisters. I mean, come on, you need to tell your kids that. But you know, all right, Scott, take it easy. Don't work too hard, man. You're gonna get rich. Now I know who to borrow money from. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, marriage, you need to work at it. It's not easy. There's no such thing as an easy marriage. If they tell you it's an easy marriage, they're lying to you. I mean, and money doesn't buy you love, and it doesn't make a happy family. I mean, look at J Lo. She's like millionaire, and she, how many husbands has she had? You know, I mean, look at Angelina Jolie. Um, what's her name? Aniston. The thing is, they don't want to work at the relationship. I mean, look at now what happened recently. Will Smith. I mean, he messed up. I mean, he overreacted. It's like, hey, you know, he's trying to defend his wife's honor, but her honor. I mean, she fooled around on him. But they had supposedly an open relationship. There's no such thing as an open relationship. That doesn't work. It never does. Believe me. And then you don't want to, if you're gonna go and try to fool around, you always get caught. That's what I say. You know, I remember my wife. Oh, you're fooling around. No, no, I'm not. I go because I. To me, in my mind, it was always, if I do, I'm gonna get caught, and it's not worth it. What for? You know, I mean, people. There's some people that have a beautiful wife at home. You know, and they go and find some quick just to piss her off, like, I'll show you, or like the wife fools around on him. Just because you know because she wants to. You know, you know, she's not happy. Well, then that's the thing. If you're not happy, fix the problem. Communicate. That's the thing nowadays. Even nowadays, people aren't communicating. They don't talk to each other. Everybody's got the phone. Even the kids. You're eating dinner. If you're eating dinner, and what are your kids doing? They're at the table with their phones. They're over there giggling and because why? Because they're talking about the parents. You know, they're talking about what's happening. In the house, and then the husband and wife start pointing fingers and it's your kids. It's like uh, I remember one time. I don't know. I mean, I've always said, oh, your son I mean, it was just, I never meant anything, bad about it, but I guess she took it the wrong way. It's like, oh, well, why is it my son? Why isn't it your son? Or why don't you say our son? Yeah, I guess. See, I mean, but it's always that way. Like your son brings an F from school, and you're like, look at what your son did. But he brings an A. Oh, look at what my son or my daughter did. Oh yeah, they brought an A plus. They did good in school. you know, it's it's always that way. Yes, I mean, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like my older son. It's like he's all like, why don't you have what's up? Because that way we can text each other and this and that. I'm like, I don't like why. If I want to talk to you, I'll just call you on the phone. And if you don't answer, I'll leave you a message. If you want to really talk to me, you're gonna talk to me on the phone. I mean, now everything's all texting. It's like, short messages. How are you? Okay, bye. It's like, what the heck? I still call my mom. My dad's dead already. He died in his 50s. Too much smoking, drinking when he was younger. And he's never stopped smoking. So, he died of a heart attack. But it's like Terry Constrictor says, call your mother and tell her you love her, because you never know. He lost his mom real young. But I mean, that's the thing. We forget. And we get busy. This our lives become too busy. It's like we work too many hours. Look at Scott. He's working 16 hours, 14 hours. I mean, that's crazy. But that's the thing. He has life is expensive now. I mean, everything is getting even worse. I mean, I'm getting paid more now. I mean, when I started working, I mean, I was making barely like three something an hour. You know, I've been working since I was 16. And I think it was even less back then. I forget how much. I think it was probably. I think it was when I was in high school. The minimum wage was like a dollar 30 something. You know, gas when I was back in the 70s, gas was 39 cents a gallon. I mean, it's 5.65 on Sunday when I just put gas. I don't know when tomorrow when I put gas, I'll find out how much. It's probably going to be another 10 cents. Probably going to be 5.75 or something like that. I mean, yeah, it's getting crazy, man. Yeah, up to the legal limit. Yeah, I know. And now they have to give you at least 8 hours of sleep in between. Because I remember there's times that they had me working. I'd get off at 11. By the time I got home, it's midnight. Then the next morning, I had to be at work at 7:30 a.m. And then I had to get up at five in the morning. So I would get about, if I was lucky, 5 hours sleep. You know, and then it's a drive, an hour to work, almost an hour back. And that's 4 days a week over there. And then there's another spot where I work at. It's only minutes away. That's great, but it's only once a week. And the other 4 days, I gotta go drive. It's good work. It's just that the drive, and then having to put tires on the vehicle, and everything costs money now. I mean, I put tires on it recently because it was that time already. And that was like about Jesus, $600 with everything, alignment. It was the alignment and four tires. You know, and now Now the air conditioning, I got to put that in. But it needed it. I mean, the other one's already given 20, 25 years, almost 26 years of service. Time to retire it. Or before it dies on it. It's, I mean, on its last legs. I mean, I've replaced certain parts on it, but the compressor is still the original one. And man, if that would go out in the summertime, I've had it like where it messed up, and they had to come and repair whatever was messed up because it wasn't working good. And I mean, 90, it was 90 degrees, like 95 degrees inside the house, you know, and that's at nighttime. I mean, it's crazy. So it's like, hey, but you got to pay your bills. You got to make money to pay bills. And it's like I tell my kids, hey, study, get an education, because that way you can get paid more and work less, and hopefully get to enjoy your retirement. Yeah, at 62, I start getting, collecting Social Security, but it's not very much. It's only like, I think they said 1,100 a month. Can't live on that amount, even without any bills. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, I'll have to work until I die. I don't know. We'll see. My son, he says he's gonna get a house. My younger son, he's gonna get a house, and then if we move into that one, then I'll have less bills and just give him a little bit of money to live there, and then just enjoy the last of my life, I guess. But then you got to keep moving, because I know it's like I had a boss that he retired, and then he was too much nothing to do at home. It kills you. He got a heart attack like months right after he retired. Luckily he survived, but it was the stress. At work, he would yell and scream at the workers, "Get this done! Come on, come on!" And he's relieving some of that stress. At home, he's just sitting there, and then the wife's like gives him the to-do, as they say, to-do list, the honey-do list, and he's like, "Oh, you have to do this and that, and you're like, you don't want to do it, you know." I mean, when I was younger, I used to go, I used to go fishing, and I used to, do a lot of things. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll start fishing. I don't know. I mean, not, I mean, my wife, she's not into that. But I mean, I mean, if somebody's taking care of her, I can go do that. Come home, and then, because it's just me or my son that takes care of, take care of her. Nobody else. Can't live her by herself. It's like too dangerous. Be coming home, don't have no house, will be on fire or something. She'll be trying to cook in the kitchen. It's like, no, no. Let's see who else we got in here. It says we got 5 people in here. I don't know. Happy still at work. Well, my kids are good. Yeah, I mean, my older one is married, has one. I got my first grandchild. He just turned 2 a couple months back. I think it was in February. He turned 2. Then with this stuff that's going around, we've only seen him a couple times. I mean, we see him on videos, and that's about it. But I mean, visiting people is getting, and then this thing doesn't want to go away. More people getting still sick. It's not good. You know, and everything is getting so expensive now. I mean, even if you want to take it's like like those IG. I've seen those IG videos where the guy is all like, "Today I took a what do you say? I took a trip. Oh yeah, I took an expensive trip today. I went to the gas station. I mean, Jesus. I mean, it's gas is. I mean, in LA. I mean, it's already over $7. I mean, I get mine at Costco. Costco is about the cheapest one, and it's still under $6. But if you look at regular gas stations, they're way over $6 already. I mean, it's gonna be. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna end up being like maybe $10 a gas. I mean, it's the government supposedly saying they're gonna give a stimulus for the gas. Yeah, but what they're saying a $600, is that gonna? Let me see. Um, I fill up my car twice a week, and basically because it use almost a half a gallon. I mean a half a tank. That's about $40, 40. So it's going to be about $80 right now when it's at $5 a gallon. Now, if it goes up any higher, that it's going to be over $100 a week of gas. And I have a little Toyota Corolla 4-cylinder. I feel sorry for those people that have those V8s and trucks. I see them filling up, and they're like, it's over $100, $200 to fill them up. Depending on what size tank they have. That's like crazy. And then, so they're going to give us $600. Let me see, $600. So if it costs me almost $100 a week, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh man, they're gonna pay for my gas for a month and a half. Wow, thank you. You know, I don't know, man. Gas is getting outrageous. I mean, the way it's looking, I might just retire soon and just work only a couple hours and say, hey, the $1,000 that I get extra, I'll be making that instead of all that gas money, I'll just work three instead of working 4 5 days a week, just work 3 days a week, get 4 days off. I mean, then the gas would be less, but still, it's still expensive. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's right now the way it's looking. I got to work over 6 hours just to pay for each week. I got to work 6 hours. Pretty soon it's gonna be like work one whole day just to pay for the gas for the whole week. It's like dang, it's crazy, But we're improving. Yeah, the rich are improving, not us. The rich are getting richer, and the poor are still the same. You know, life is rough. Yep, as Scott is seeing too. I mean, I wonder how much the fuel is over there in the UK. I know in New Zealand, I think even before all this, it was already up to I think $8 a gallon. I think in New Zealand and in Australia, and in Canada, I think it was also close to $7 8 a gallon. They use liters, but still, it would if you figure it out, it was about that amount. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, let's see. It says 3 watching, and I'm one of them probably. So that means there's 2 or 1 watching only. There's JJ over at Shirley's live still with Rodriguez Reptiles. Let's see, been on here for 4 hours, man. And it's 12 o'clock. Well, actually, almost 12:30. I gotta get some water. Okay. Let's see, got 4 people in here. Who's here? Who's here? Who's still in here?
But since the people didn't get the AC time, right, and it's taking like a day longer, right? He was like, I'll just put the gas in your AC, and when she puts in eligible. So basically, we're gonna have cold air for the next 2 days. Besides, it's really cold here now. Yeah. I can bring it up. Let me bring it up. Okay, why do you always? Yeah. Yeah, because my room is warmer than yours, right? So my room is like cold, and yours is probably colder. So I'm like, I'll just give you a. Yeah. Oh, wait till we get to the AC, man. Today's Wednesday. Well, it's not Thursday because it's like Monday. But it takes like 2 days only to do the whole thing. Yeah, so it's like the first like day or two, it's like manufacturing everything, the parts, make sure everything works. You're gonna make a hole in the floor, like all that, right? And then the second day is when he's like, all right, are you ready to go? You're gonna turn off the old AC, move it out of the way, put the new one, connect everything, and then turn it on. It takes a couple hours. You gotta fill it up with gas and everything. On the other too, like, okay, our current one, the heater uses gas. The new one's gonna use the So I assume that in the summer, the treatment bill is gonna be higher because gas is obviously cheaper, right? So we're gonna have a higher. But the thing is, right, is that our electricity bill right now is like at least double or more than it was before because the AC uses so much electricity because it's old, right? Like that's what the electricity cost is now a different amount than it was before, right? Yet it's like more than double the price that we're paying for AC, right? So that means it doesn't work that well, right? It doesn't even get that cold. The new one uses electricity and it's gonna get cold. So it's like,
Yep, yep, yep.
let me just see. Let me go. Oh yeah, it's because I made a 74 in here. Yeah. I'm gonna make her a sandwich.
Let's see here. Who's in here?
I'm gonna give her a sandwich and chips. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's funny though because he's like, no.
Let's see. It'll probably be on here maybe a couple more minutes. If anybody still comes in, we'll see. Thank everybody for coming in, hitting the like button. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, yep, yep. Yeah, so remember everybody, anybody that has animals, any kind of inverts, any kind of pets, you guys need to go to USARK and get on there, and it's $40, I believe, to become a member for a whole year. You know, but I mean, we were talking about it in I think it was Kurtwood's live about how there's only 7,000 members. Now, just think about it, 7,000 members. Think about how many people went to Tinley. You know, how many went in, and that's only the people around there. Now you're talking people from Canada, from Mexico, from other countries. The UK. Just because they don't live in the United States, they can still become a member. And if you become a member, you'll help out. With the. I mean, it doesn't pay, it's expensive to pay these people to fight these laws. But if you don't fight them, you're going to lose the rights. It's just like, what is it? The Rifle Association. I was listening to some other channel live where they were talking about, they don't have that many members either, and then they're supposed to, in the U.S. They're protecting the rights of owning a weapon, you know, owning a gun, a rifle, you know, the to bear arms, and they've been trying to take away some of those rights too. In some states, they're not as lenient as other states. That's why people move out of certain states, But the thing is, they're like, oh well, you know how they say, I don't need a gun, but you got to think about it. Where you live, who's going to protect your stuff? Everybody go, oh well, that's what police is for. Okay, somebody comes and is going to do a crime on you. It's going to break into your house, maybe while you're there or while you're not. Now the thing is, you call the police. How long does the police take to get there? By the time they get there, they're gone. You know, and that's the thing. You know, you're paying a police officer, and then when they get there, it's like, oh well, I will never catch these guys. Why? Because they don't even want to. They don't even want to do fingerprinting. I mean, I don't know. And some, I mean, why are we're paying these police officers to do what? To do their job. And what is the part of their job? We're paying taxes. City taxes. You know, for the fire department, for the police department. That's what the taxes pay for. Like if you're sick at home, first responders, before they even call an ambulance, it's the fire department. Fire department goes, checks your vitals and stuff like that. Now, say if you need to go to a hospital, you don't have to call an ambulance because I mean, if you're good enough to go, but like say you can't carry the person into the car, the fire department can carry the person into your car, and then they'll drive to the hospital following you, and then when you get over there, they go and help you get them into the emergency room. I've seen it done. I work security and I've worked in a hospital before. So they do help. That's what they get paid for. The taxes pays for this and you don't have to pay for that because you know how much it costs if an ambulance has to take you? It's more money. You're talking hundreds of dollars just for an ambulance to drive you there, unless you're dying, say then you're having a heart attack or something, and then they need to run an IV or something, then that's different. But if you're in a good enough shape to make it to the hospital on your own, that somebody at home can drive you, but they did, like I can pick up, you know, if you're disabled or something, you can't pick up somebody because they're too much to carry for you. The fire department will help you get them in the car. All you do is ask, you know, because I've seen it before. I worked at the hospital. Here comes, I'm like, huh, why is the fire department here? And then all of a sudden, a vehicle comes. The fire department goes over there, or they'll tell the ER, hey, we need a gurney. And they'll give them a gurney and they'll go out to the parking lot, put the person, or a wheelchair, put the person in the wheelchair or the gurney, and then take him into the hospital, the ER. Because the thing is, when you like say if you're sick in the parking lot of a hospital, they're not going to go out there and help you. They can't. Their insurance doesn't cover them. So because when I used to work at the hospital, hey, there's somebody that needs help. Oh well, we can't. They need to call an ambulance or the fire department because they have to pick them up from the parking lot and get them into the ER, into the emergency room, which is crazy. But yeah, that's the way it goes. And a lot of people don't know that. You know, they won't touch you. It's like no, no, sorry, can't touch you because if something happens, they're gonna sue, and then the hospital's gonna say, well, it wasn't on the hospital grounds; it was in the parking lot. So in the parking lot, they're not gonna they won't they won't go out there. Believe me, it's happened where I tell them, hey, there's somebody out there that needs help. Well, tell them to call an ambulance. Tell them to call the fire department. It's crazy, but that's the way it is. And I didn't know that, but yep. In fact, I think one of the guards I was talking to at work, he said he was at one of the hospitals, and his wife, I guess she was gonna have a baby, and then some other lady, I guess she fainted in the parking lot, and he told the people inside, hey, this lady fainted out there. So they did is they called an ambulance. Well, they called the fire department, and they came out because they can't pull you into the hospital. Now, if you fall inside the hospital, like in a hallway or in a bathroom, then they can come and save you. You know, basically, you'd say like somebody's dying, then code blue, and they'd come and help. But other than that, if you're outside, you're that close to getting saved, but you gotta wait till the ambulance or the because if anybody moves them, like say somebody's out there, like if I would have moved, like if I help me get in, no, because then if something happens and they die, they're gonna say, well, you helped and you killed them. Yeah, yeah. It's like an I've seen it before a car accident where people go, oh, they're gonna try to save the person. No, don't touch them. Call for an ambulance. Call for help. 911. Unless the only reason you should pull out a person out of a vehicle that's been in an accident if it's on fire or if it's like if you see gas leaking, not water radiator. Because I remember there was an accident right where I work at, and these people like dragging this person out of the car. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm telling them, what are you doing? You're not supposed to move. Well, it's gonna catch on fire. No, if you don't see fire, you don't touch it. Just a person. Unless there's gas, I go, that's just radiator fluid coming because she crashed into a pole. You know, it's like that's just from the radiator. That's water coming out and steam. That's not fire. It's not gas leaking. But people, I'm like, okay, you could have just paralyzed that person. If you don't move them, if you don't stabilize their neck or whatever, you don't know if they got a pinched nerve or something. Then you move them, and guess what? You paralyze them. Now they can sue you because they're gonna say, "Well, who moved this person? They shouldn't have been moved because the car wasn't on fire. It wasn't dangerous. So you shouldn't move it. You shouldn't move the person. Always remember that." Yep. Well, thanks everybody, and thank you for coming. God bless everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, or good morning, depending wherever you're at. Have a good day. And God bless everybody. Till next time, remember, call your mama, tell her you love her, because you never know how long she'll be around. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming. And whoever comes in afterwards, don't forget to hit the like button. Bye bye, everybody.